Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 41-60. Text Chapter 41, Sister Ino roars. Abstain. The note with the number in his hand pressed on the ground, and Shino, who clicked on the name, pushed the man in the sunglasses and turned away. When he passed Hyuga Neji, there was nowhere to go. There was an uproar in the examination room again. What happened? As soon as the list was announced, someone abstained from the strike, and the boy who changed his surname below cough cough. Even if you don't fight, you will admit defeat. Interesting academy. Shiranui Genma, whose face was twitching fiercely, rubbed his fingers, pinched the battle watch, and raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. Against Konkuro. I also abstain. Is there really such a benefit in bells and whistles and full of oil? This is really strange, Taiwan. This time there is no uproar in the examination room, there is a commotion. His voice again and announced embarrassingly. In the second game, Hyuga Neji abstains and sees abstentions. The ill-informed face flashed a trace of unwillingness, but the puppet master Sunagaker, who immediately calmed down, walked over and looked. I am afraid some people will abstain and strike. What's going on? As soon as the two matches were announced, some people conceded defeat. What did these candidates want to do? Were two strikes in the finals? Genma decisively stopped the idea of continuing to announce it. Through the analysis of previous events and recorded intelligence, if it continues to announce, look at it. Nara Shikamaru who is afraid of trouble. Haruno Sakura who loves Sasuke. These two are very likely to let go as usual, one Chunin, if there are four. The notice goes on, and they are not allowed to continue their nonsense. Yes. The four generations of Kazekage looked at him playfully. Sarutobi Senpai, you are. Ha ha ha, even if the children in the village like to make a fool of themselves, is this really the case? The sneering voice revealed a hint of provocation, and the fourth generation of Kazekage turned his head and stopped talking. Anbu Shinobi who disappeared at the command of Sarutobi Risho. Lord Hokage has an order, and the villagers must not abstain from voting again. Excuse me, I'm letting you see a joke. Nara Shikamaru looked at the big beauties with a headache, and Tamari threw him a Byakugan viciously. The iron-clad old face sank into the chamber pot, and Bululu was full of shit. Come back soon or you will suffer. How could this be? They frowned without saying a word. Game 3, Nara Shikamaru vs Tamari. Haruno Sakura looked around worriedly. She wanted to admit defeat and let Sasuke advance, but now she continues to draw lots until the final decision is made. With the password issued by the three generations of Hokage, Shiranui Genma, who was finally relieved, quickly announced the remaining list. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Guest, thanks. Game 4, Haruno Sakura vs Uchiha Sasuke. Game 5, Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara. Winner man. Seeing that Shiranui Genma announced the final list, the three-generation-old man got up and left his seat, stood on the edge of the stand with his hands on his back, and said, everyone gather here to participate in the Chunin selection test held in our hidden village of Konoha. The 10 candidates who passed the preliminaries will be listed below. Contestants, for a formal selection competition, please freshmen, there are 10 contestants, why is there one missing? Knowingly, he narrowed his eyes, and the fourth-generation Kazekage under the mask raised the corners of his mouth. Everyone was so busy that it was strange. Sasuke hasn't been found yet. The search team composed of Anbu has been dispatched, let's watch it at home. Third generation of Hokage lowered his voice in his ears, maybe he has already been caught by Orochimaru. The three-generation-old man returned to his seat with a gloomy face, and the three-generation-old man turned his attention to the field. No way. Carefully glanced at the 4 generations of Kazekage next to him, and was like lying on one side to abstain, and Hyuga Neji automatically upgraded, here it is. Quote. Well, this old man understands. When he was silent for a moment and waved his hand to show that the outcome was already divided, he would also stop Zhou Genma, take a look at the remaining 7 candidates, and announce depressedly, because the players in the first and second games already. Next, the candidates in the third round are invited to start the battle. The rules are the same as the preliminaries, until one party dies or admits defeat. But I do pass the game. Nara Shikamaru, Tamari stayed, others please go to the exam room to rest. Come on. Liamong turned around and patted Shikamaru on the shoulder with a smile on his chest, good luck. Don't lose to a woman. Uzumaki Naruto with his nostrils turned to the sky fluttered. The big guy looked at the 250 that he could knock himself over, and black lines all over his face flowed in unison. Senior. Sakura folds his hands. The noisy stands, the lively arena, Shikamaru, who had no motivation, yawned and scratched the head of the pineapple, seeing him fall to the ground. The softness of the scorpion rose and fell with his breathing, attracting countless eyeballs. This guy can't see. The old man doesn't know him. Hey, wicked woman, let's have a discussion between the two of you. You knock me out and you're a lazy person who hasn't woken up. Beautiful Tamari is about to gasp, and she has two big fans in front of her chest. Shikamaru let out a sullen breath helplessly. Is it Machi? It's really abhorrent that you dare to put on such an indifferent look. I promise you to die. One in anger. What? Both eyes widened in disbelief. Tamari vigilantly caressed the three-colored lazy, annoying guy. The boring exam, the troublesome woman, I wanted to admit defeat. Evil woman, you answer or not. As soon as the thing burned, he pulled out the Samsung fan behind his back, and Tamari, who was slammed into the ground more than halfway, really went wild. Dare to play with the old lady like this, you are again. A few drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Secretly comparing the hardness of his head in the ground, Shikamaru decisively gave up the idea of being knocked out by the iron fan. Not only fainting, but also suffering from a severe concussion. It's not worth it. What a troublesome woman, how could I meet such a troublesome opponent? Start. The raised right hand slammed down, Shiranui Genma swiftly backed away, and at the moment he left, his subordinates must come out, a giant iron fan more than 1 meter long, gold-faced black bones decorated with 3 stars, just turn it round. Futon wins style, the third selection match, the official sand, like a flood of beasts, swept towards Shikamaru. The guy who was afraid of trouble hid behind a tree after a few turns, and the Samsung fan that was inserted into the ground suddenly turned. Well, why did you want to be a ninja in the first place? Think back to the decision I made when I was a child, and regret it infinitely. The bitter wind whimpered and rolled up the yellow sky. The troublesome mother, or the boring old bean, thinks of the woman who is afraid of raising her head and staring at the floating clouds. They are so free, so enviable that they are respected. Parent Nara, who respects you for not yet, sighed again. Whoever told him that being a ninja can make life more beautiful? Your mother, listen to her. Fearing the man kneeling on the washboard, Shikamaru has a feeling of being defeated. Son, it's not scary. Knees are down. Shikamaru glanced back. Nara Shikaku smiled awkwardly. You can't say that. But you still knelt, that's a fact. Turning his head to stare at Leodu who was kneeling on the washboard in the hospital, Shikamaru pouted with his back against the railing. After a long period of anger, stinky boy, you can't help but mention the facts. When you meet the woman you like one day, you will understand this truth. Kneeling on the washboard, I'd rather be single for the rest of my life. Damn boy, what are you talking about? He rushed out of the kitchen with a rice spoon. Nara, who was in pain, gave birth to 2 babies. You should quickly find a daughter-in-law for your mother to give birth to grandchildren. Please mom, what should you be worried about if you meet a woman you like? Can't I book first? Son, Jinai knocked on the door with a spoon. The child of Gardenia's family has looked at Tamari through the gap between the trees. No matter how you look at her, she thinks she is the same as her mother. Aunt Gardenia's son is 10 years older than me, isn't it? The 2 babies are not surprising. Do you think this is love? It is also possible to book a grandson with a slap in the face. Shaking his head to drive out the terrifying memories, Shikamaru Toru. As a man. The same tyrannosaur temperament, the same charming face, the same plump breasts that make people doubt the true and false. The peacock-like opening screen makes people drive away the terrifying thoughts. Some macho Shikamaru thinks that as a man, you should not lose to women. But how can the face hit a woman? Struggling left and right with contradictory thoughts, the big wave of beauties who could not find their opponents press the iron fan behind her, as if the golden hair is as soft as winter chrysanthemum, the tall and plump body is full of confusion, the straight legs, the towering chest, the heroic figure is full of perseverance and the pretty ultimate. The beauty is warm and angry, adding beauty. How long are you going to hide? Tamari swept around angrily. Stunning. Already. Look there. Akamichi Choji wiped his mouth and pointed to the field, each of which is a maddening guy who will definitely find a chance to concede. Bastard. How can you say such a thing? Audience was also a little puzzled. Shikamaru hide. Use your 16 bursts to beat her. Don't show the old lady that lazy third tree. We don't need to watch his game. It's afraid trouble is right. Tamari waved the iron fan. Shikamaru swung Byakugan out of his seat, and Ino, who had rushed to the edge of the stand, shook his fist. Shikamaru-kan. Apparently it was well hidden. There. Out of the corner of his eyes, he followed the direction of the shout to find his enemy, Itachi. Ino, this idiot woman. Shikamaru, who was rolling and crawling out of the shade and confronting Tamari, had his head covered with cold ground, and he was called out. Why do I always get into trouble like this? Let's see where you're going now. Futon Wind Style's more powerful attack just now swept through everything, and the 3-star fan filled with chakra violently waved countless knife winds. The sharp blade of the wind pierced the wound, and a few dwarf trees on the opposite side turned into dust in an instant, and the scattered foam blew all over the place. The quartet stands stunned. Compared to Shikamaru. Leaving the Taoists to let their attention. Text chapter 42. Tamari says you're short enough. Ino, you. Trust me, I really didn't mean it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who believes it? Inuzuka Kiba raised his chin. You must think that Shikamaru is troublesome, and are ready to change teammates. No, don't talk nonsense. Ino's anxious eyes made Yuhi's eyes. No nonsense, you know it in your heart. Nunu's mouth, who was so angry that he didn't pay for his life, and Inuzuka Kiba's appearance that I recognized, can be angry with someone alive. The mad Ino's younger sister, Fanghuan, slapped Lao Gao at once. Damn it, you are the nonsense, my mother didn't mean it at all. Oh, then you did it on purpose. Inuzuka Kiba nodded suddenly. Ino's sister roared wildly. You are the one who did it. Then you did it on purpose. Inu, Tsukasa, Kiba, you bloody bastard, my mother is fighting with you. Tears of infinite grievance burned with her emerald-colored eyes, and the little beauty Ino rushed to the rear stand in a rage. You nasty stinky shit, you die for my mother. Crazy woman, you can't fight. Wong. The snow-white puppy lay on his head and opened his mouth, and Ino, who couldn't hit the main owner over and over again, ran wild. You stop for the old lady. Don't stand. Are you standing? I won't stand. Bastard, you give old lady a stop. Choji, who was madly stuffing the film in his mouth, chirped twice. Instead of worrying about the troublesome guy, think about your belly. Will Shikamaru lose? Choji never bothered about it. Well, I have to eat more. A lot of books are stuffed into a belly that can never be filled, and the arena where the wind and smoke dissipates is a mess. Don't make trouble, even if the troublesome guy won't die. In fact, we don't have to watch the game, anyway, the result is a loss. Choji, what do you mean by that? The two in the quarrel turned their heads. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru will definitely find a chance to admit defeat. He is not suitable for this place at all. Besides, how can he play seriously because of his troublesome personality? Choji licked the big cake face and gave the answer. Kiba and Ino, who were torn together, were stunned. In the middle of the arena, a big wave of beautiful women with blonde hair and long legs stretched out the 3-star fan, blocking the oncoming Kuwu in front of her. Missing one shot is a troublesome weapon. But, with fists in both hands revealing 6 shurikens, Shikamaru, covered in broken foam, leapt out and threw 6 bursts in a solitary line, azimuth, angle to 6, iron fan defense area, strength, launch. The shuriken fired continuously, under the powerful calculation comparable to the computer brain, slashed their isolated lines and tore the air. The audience in the stands looked straight. What an idiot, this kind of attack is useless to Temari. He touched the crow hidden behind his backhand, and the puppet master Sunagaku narrowed his eyes in disdain. When it comes to ninja attack, the puppet master in the ninja world is the second, but no one dares to call it the first. Although the Uchiha family uses them well, it depends on who they are compared with. The puppet master is the absolute king of ninja tools. But even so, Kankuro, who inherited the lineage of the puppet masters of Sunagaku village, has never defeated Temari. Not once since childhood. That giant iron fan, as well as its natural affinity for wind, gave Temari infinite future and possibilities. Among the 3 children of Kazekage of the 4th generation, except for the humanoid monster Gara, she is the most talented. Smart mind, rigorous character, thoughtful thinking, and beautiful appearance, she is a well-deserved princess of Sunagaku village. Now, the princess is angry. Futon, wind style, wind-killing array. Regardless of whether you have 1,000 copies or a shuriken, a fan blows them all away. No matter how good the calculation is, in the face of absolute strength, it is still a free gift. Seeing the 6 shurikens that were fruitless again, Shikamaru, who took the opportunity to hide behind the tree, picked up the ninja bag and sighed secretly. Really troublesome woman, not only troublesome, but even more troublesome when fighting. How to do. 2 hands and 5 fingers facing each other to form a ring, Shikamaru's brain has reached its limit. What is that seal? Philip Yuhi's bright eyes turned to his side, and Kurenai Yuhi asked Asuma strangely. That's not a seal, it's a habitual thinking action. The senior brother raised his hand and scratched his head covered with monkey hair, and said with a sigh, Shikamaru is lazy by nature and likes to spend a leisurely life, and there is no young man at all. He's exhausted, but he looks like an old man who has passed away. So he especially likes to put down the flag and the flag. Whenever he is in trouble, he will use this action to formulate strategies. As a result, I never beat him. Kurenai Yuhi was deeply shocked by Asuma's remarks about selling off a little. But immediately, the beautiful Yuji turned up by Akugan. What's so great about playing games? Strategy. How can games be equal to reality? Asuma, you are so disappointing to me. Yuhi, that's not what you said. The man with the suddenly raised face was very serious. Sarutobi Asuma explained cautiously. The flag around the flag is evolved from the flags used by military divisions to deduce strategies in ancient times. It can be used in games like Grandmaster. It proves that Shikamaru is a smart military strategist. Quote. Smart. Wait. Kurenai Yuhi widened his pupils in disbelief. I saw his grades when I was assigning Genin's class, and he was almost on par with Naruto, only better than the man who never took the exam. Slightly stronger. You call such a person smart. That's because he's too lazy. He stroked his forehead helplessly, and the senior brother shattered into glass shards on the spot. Shikamaru's bad grades are because he slept as soon as he got to the exam, and I also learned by chance that he is good at strategy games, so I took the opportunity to play games with him to quietly test his IQ. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but what was the result? Kurenai Yuhi satisfied the curiosity of the elder brother. Asuma smiled brightly, looked at Kurenai Yuhi's charming function and sighed deeply. That guy is a man who shouldn't have long hair, and a top strategist who can formulate 200 strategies at the same time. 2 or 200 kinds, it's still different. Staring at the middle-aged uncle who likes to please him, Kurenai Yuhi was really frightened. Asuma laughed smugly and said, Shikamaru is a real genius. No, he is already underestimated by a genius. You must know that his IQ is over 200. This is the conclusion of repeated tests. Did you test it yourself? Looking up and down with suspicion, Kurenai Yuhi, who was overly shocked, was no match for the man in front of him. Does this guy know what it means to have an IQ of up to 200? Even with Dr. Ninja, the third-generation Hokage known as the textbook of the ninja world is only 120. What is the concept of 200? If Shikamaru really has such an IQ, he's about to act. Silently taking off his jacket and looking at the sky, Shikamaru took a weed and muttered. Although a man shouldn't beat a woman, I don't want to be beaten by a woman. Then there's only a fight. With the folded jacket tied with kunai and hidden behind his back, Shikamaru rushed out with the smoke bomb in his right hand. While rushing, watch Tamari's reaction. There is only one chance. Be sure to catch this woman before the shadow imitation technique is exposed. Why don't you hide, you nasty ground mouse? Without answering a word and continuing to rush, Tamari got angry. Futon, wind style, Itachi. It's now. The smoke bomb held in the palm of his hand burst into a large cloud of smoke, and he took the opportunity to shoot Shikamaru's clothes in the air and turned back to the shadows. Shadow mimicry. Tamari like a sharp arrow. The stand with blocked view became noisy. What to do? Can't see anything. It's a pediatric trick, and the smoke will dissipate in no time. Wait, what is that? The black shadow that Ziyu shot at his feet finally showed his feet before connecting, and the alert big wave of beauties stepped back for 5 consecutive steps. Nara's shadow technique. Long ago when I knew your name, Ben. The girl is on guard against this move. So many years of fighting to the death, Sunagakure village has enough information on Konoha to fill 3 rooms, and Tamari, the eldest daughter of the 4th generation of Kazekage, certainly has not seen it. The shadow that seems to be free to expand and contract actually has a limit. No matter how much it expands, it can't exceed the area of the shadow itself. Do you still have the confidence to fight it, Nara's bastard? The giant iron fan closed and swiped hard on the ground in front of him. Tamari raised his pretty face confidently. No matter how much you hide, you have never left the shadow under the wall. In other words, you need to use the shadow of the wall to increase the shadow. The casting distance of the technique. Little man, you should grow taller. Meters and centimeters, this is your limit, it's really short enough. Quote. It's such a tight mind, this girl is not simple. Did you use a fan to measure the casting distance? Tamari is more suitable for long-range attacks than close combat, so it seems that the outcome will be the outcome. Shadow mimic assault. The shadow that reached the limit suddenly grew, and Tamari, who was shocked, instantly widened his beautiful eyes. Look up. Clothes decorated with kunai floated high above the arena, and the audience was surprised. When was it put up? Such a smart kid. That's the strategy you're talking about, it doesn't seem to work. Tamari, who had hit the ground with the iron fan, jumped into the air. You can't escape, catch up with her. Don't think I'm not tall, but I have great tricks. Don't look at me short, but I can spin. Shadow mimic turn. Text chapter 43 _ the wind rolls the yellow sand, your smile, my light. The shadow shot down at his feet like a sharp arrow, and the big wave of beauties in the air was covered in cold sweat. Damn, stinky man, when his mother is about to be restrained by the shadow on the ground, he will ignore the landing above. It is more convenient to read on the mobile phone M. Hey 168. On the contrary, when guarding against the above squeaky and crooked black, I think it's really beautiful. But in this way, I want to catch this girl, but I want to think that I can come up with such a trivial idea. When Ben Gukcho, just before the shadow imitation technique was about to succeed, he parachuted in his hand and neglected his feet again. Every day, every ray of light, like a white snow in the spring, it was defeated. Reaching into the ninja bag, he took out a small yellow and white flip and turned it all the way, and Kuju threw it into the air. Flashbang. Shikamaru, who was exposed to the scorching sun, reluctantly let go of his handprints as the shadows that suddenly lit up thousands of feet hit his feet. Grabbing the 3-star fan, he raised his charming chin and said, "Damn stinky man, this girl has already figured out what your so-called shadow technique is." Countless eyes have gathered, and the unique secret techniques of the Konoha Ino Shikacho family have always had a strong hand. Now, the so-called shadow imitation technique actually works. Seen through, the shadow of oneself separates. Just now, the girl used flash bombs to shorten the mysterious color, and many people have only heard its name and have not seen it. Nara's little man, is this girl right? Your own shadow. It's just that when you stand in other shadows, you can use your powerful analytical power. This Sunagaker has removed the shadow of the wall and exposed you to the sun. The uncontrollable shadow will return to your feet and continue to fight. Really seen through, in such a short time. The strong girl is so scary. Seeing the consternation in Shikamaru's eyes, Temari raised the corners of his mouth proudly, and the succession will slowly extend as the sun deflects. In other words, the lower the sun sets, the longer your attack distance will be, and this girl will be victorious. Negative. The 3-star fan that was unfolded was inserted into the ground to block the sight, and it was hidden in the attack. The shadows long use the clone technique to divert attention, and then use the chakra of the whole body to gather chakra. The best time to hit the move down. Looking up at the big wave of beauty behind the sky, she folded her hands. First doppelganger. Samsung fanned it to shreds. At the moment, his shadow and clothes are not in the attack range, it is the expansion of the planetary fan, Itachi. Sora glanced at the ground again, and the confident Temari crush gathered all the chakras. Flower. The stinky man who dares to touch this girl's cheek will be turned into nothingness in the roaring wind. 3. What's the matter? Don't move. When? The big beautiful eyes are all in disbelief. This is impossible, the body is actually. Wicked woman, you stand up straight and open your arms. Shikamaru crooked his neck tiredly. Interesting academy. Temari stared at his clothes wet with sweat and trembling branches. Look at both sides. Is it enough to reach for your ears? Slowly from the ground, a few shuriken glowed black, and Temari, who was lonely and forced to do the same, said with difficulty, "What are you going to do?" The 4-way stand man blew his fingertips, and Shikamaru put both hands into his pants and Kabuto looked around. The messy teacher led the students to sing joyous songs alone. Look closely, the indiscernible steel wire is extremely thin. They were amazed. Kurenai Yuhi. Ino. Inazuka Kiba. Even the old. Have you already figured it out? Mainu looked at the opposite side in horror. Temari really couldn't imagine that this audience was all foreshadowing. This guy's head. Habit. He raised his eyes and widened the distance between his eyes. In order to make up for the unattainable gap between the two, he decided that a man could be so far away. Is the previous one farther away from yourself? Thinking of this, Mukong let out a sullen breath, and Shikamaru deeply felt smart and stupid, so he gave birth to this kind of explanation called habit. No matter whether you are pretending to be coercive or being brave, you have to let those annoying troubles force the chief military strategist of Yi Gang to look at the opposite side. Drink soup with a spoon and walk with your feet. When you swing the iron fan, your right hand is the main one, so when you turn the direction, the subconscious jump will inevitably be the left. Shikamaru, who waved his right hand while speaking, turned his neck. Civilians, ninjas, nobles, regardless of status, all stared in shock and used it to change the palpitation. He was able to use people's habits to achieve his goals, and this little devil was suddenly quiet in the stands from all directions. This is the real Shikamaru, an eyeball, amazed by the troublesome boy below. The real active place should be the battlefield. Is it a human? If he comes to plot against me. Kabuto stuck his head out of his trousers. He is a man of wise and defensive intelligence, a top military strategist unparalleled in history, and a big wave of beauties in his posture. If he is not so lazy, attention, he is about to act. With both hands, how could the gangster with a low chest and a low back stretched out his head like a turtle, dragging him towards the opposite side step by step. Forced to pose as a foreign persimmon, with two slender hands holding down the short skirt. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. This damn stinky man. Dada took 2 steps to 30 centimeters apart and stood still. Shikamaru looked at the beautiful woman who was close at hand, from head to toe. When Yuhi was going to make an attack for him, this guy suddenly took Tamari into his arms. Trick me like that? Strange. Uzumaki Naruto shivered with black lines all over his face. He wanted to take a closer look, and if he did it, he himself would die. That. Consternation. Surprise. Surprised and blowing a breath of heat, did Shikamaru bite the softness and strangle the woman to death. Idiot, Shikamaru really wants to count you winning like that. He is. Dip cheap. He tilted his head and whispered softly to Urquan's earlobe, I didn't expect it to be the real thing. Although I don't want to be beaten by women, I also don't like to beat women. The examiner, I admit defeat. What did you say? I said, I shot down Haori who was floating in the air, turned around and left with Shikamaru pulled on him. The midday breeze blew across the ground. Tamari, who was stunned on the spot, stared blankly at the back of the leaving, and the 4 sides stood. Shaking his hand and shooting a shuriken, how can he? I knew that the yellow sand would be the meeting, and the high hem of the clothes showed uninhibitedness. With a big head, Ino Inazuka Kiba sitting next to him was like an uproar. This guy. The shoulders were lowered like this with a smirk. Choji, who had the packaging bags scattered all over his feet, nodded and smiled as he stood there like a statue, speechless like a weathered expression. Reached out and patted the military division line who came back, is that woman comfortable to hold? Boss, you should have more experience than me in this matter. Can came down. He moved to the door like a crab. Help what? I also want to feel the topic of women's bodies. Shikamaru is sitting nearby and looking forward to it. S face was ashen, and Sakura slowly picked up a Sakura, can you do me a favor? Naruto panicked, little, Sakura. Body. He licked his big face at a loss, and the young man with yellow hair moved his chest. With the sleeves, the crunching joints could not stop shrinking together. Whirlpool. Time, give me death. A fist slammed into the right cheek and knocked Naruto into the air. Haruno Sakura yelled at the waiting candidates in the waiting room. To this female worm that has fallen into a rampage. Complicated Tamari came in and sat down opposite Shikamaru and fixed his eyes. Nara's father and son were uncomfortable, so he got up and rushed through the corner door. I'm going to the stage, you guys come on. It's not that annoying, it's full of face. Enla, beautiful lady, it's not that you look bad, it's that you ripped off your collar and didn't stay for half a minute. This is, he reached out and took the booklet handed by Liamong. Make him afraid, he conquers a man's heart. Author, Kuchiki Ryu, this guy is afraid of trouble. Well, I have it all ready for you. Lucky numbers. Big beauty, Tamari who opened the cover, Yuhi became Nishi Yuhi Persimmon on the spot. 36 strategies for chasing men. Like 2 real mansions. Don't say it, a man chases a woman across the mountain, and a woman chases a man over the sand. Sheng Hiliang, that's right. It costs money to buy intelligence, not to mention I have something attached to it, me. With a gesture, he reached out to retrieve the booklet, and Liamong, who successfully took out the beauty's purse, took it, and Ha just took out the money. You bastard. It's not expensive for your personal items to be desecrated, or you'll want to do it if you slap it. At the critical moment, Shiranui Genma loudly declared, Beauty's money is incense, it's too powerful for a long time. Damn, isn't this girl? Tamari, who had blood on his face, shredded the booklet and picked up the iron, or so. The result of the exam, which was spread out with both hands, stopped the crazy beauty, and the two of them stared at each other. Eyes on the black iron fan, just about to let you go. Yo, big beauty, why don't you let me go? That's it, Meng is Nunu's mouth, and the maddened man is triumphant. The big wave of beauties who were trembling in front of her chest was stopped by Huangsha. Don't cause trouble, you can't beat him. What? Although he knew about Lu, he would never have imagined it, but this disgusting guy could make Gara remind him out loud. The two of them started, a cherry blossom, it's time for you to end. Ask for collection, has a lot of interest in the new book period, but no matter how Tamari leaves, brothers, cheer up and thank you from the cloud. Did anything happen in between? Small. Text chapter 44_ if you love him, beat him up and ride him up to fuck him. In the middle of the scarred battlefield, the girl with fluttering hair stood there alone, and the stands were very noisy. Interesting academy. Didn't you say that there are people from the Uchiha family participating in the game? People, where are people? That's right, I came all the way here on purpose. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree, although Uchiha has been exterminated, its reputation still sings on this continent. This is a legendary surname, except for the elusive Senju family, there is no one else. To see Sasuke Uchiha, the audience angrily threw garbage, empty water bottles, banana peels, tattered shoes and socks, and everything fell down like rain. Haruno Sakura, who was standing in the middle of the field, was extremely embarrassed, and at the same time, her worry was also brought to the extreme. Why isn't Sasuke here yet? He will come, for sure. The black panda eyes stared silently off the field, and Gara's voice startled Tamari and Kankuro. The complicated relationship between the three sisters and the younger brother made them both fearful of this younger brother. Now that they heard this, it was a shock. Have I met Luo and the Uchiha boy? How can he be so sure that Sasuke will come? The noisy audience expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. Ninjas are not impatient, and their professional characteristics are destined to be good at waiting. And compared to ordinary people who are outsiders watching the fun, these experts who watch the doorway pay more attention to the result of the previous game. It's a pity, that kid shouldn't admit defeat. He's just like that, and the Nara family doesn't like trouble. But then again, if he's on a real mission with a 4-person team, when he catches Tamari, it means he wins. In other words, this kid named Shikamaru wins. Lost the opponent and lost the game. Quote. Yeah, although this kid looks lazy and a little speechless. But it is this character that gives him a calm mind and makes him very clear about his own abilities. Therefore, he will not be excited or panic in battle. Even in a desperate situation, he can calm down and think about countermeasures and make a comeback. From this point of view, he is already a qualified chunin. This kid has the ability to become the most important qualified leader of the team leader. Quote. Chunin, who was sitting next to each other, sighed and shook his head, feeling sorry for Shikamaru's abandonment. At the same time, they also felt that it would be very reassuring to have such a team captain. When a ninja performs a mission, the first consideration is not how to complete the mission, but how to survive. The person who completes the task is dead, meaningless. If there is a smart person like Shikamaru as the captain, it is undoubtedly a very happy thing, at least there is no need to worry about hanging up inexplicably. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and the impatient audience became more and more irritable. We want Sasuke. Let the Uchiha kid come out. Damn, what are you doing? 1 bottle, 2 bananas, 4 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of slippers, I threw it around, I don't know which mad woman, even the big tie-dye was thrown out. Yuhi was still covered in blood, and it was disgusting when it floated up. 3 generations of Hokage's old face twitched on the pipe, and secretly scolded Kakashi to death. Didn't you just pass the message that it was coming soon, and this is your immediate? Ah, the two of you are. Astonishment stood upright and scratched his forehead. The gatekeeper ninja hurriedly bowed. The two of you came just in time, hurry in. Lee, let's go. Yes, Mr. Guy. The golden rooster stood alone at the gate. Might Guy the big Kiba overturned the crowd, and the little Lee, who was leaning on crutches, raised his head and followed behind him. Watching the backs of the master and apprentice leave, the two ninjas watching the gate pulled their faces together. I finally know why we can only be chunin. I think I get it too. The wind passed, the leaves fell, and the noisy arena was silent in the blink of an eye. Among the falling green leaves, two shadows, one big and one small, gradually revealed their true colors. Sorry, we're late. The common name of the visitor. Chinbin in his mouth picked it up, and Shiranui Genma asked the question very cooperatively. Uchiha Sasuke. The head held high is very confident, and after a month of practice, Urzuzi, whose confidence collapsed, has the confidence to defeat anyone. Naruto, Neji no matter who, he will step on his feet. Feeling the provocative gaze cast from the center of the examination room, the gangster sneered disdainfully, it's really a stinky way to play. Isn't it amazing to get into a rotten leaf? If you have the ability to get into a fireball and try it, you won't be burnt to death. Pretend to be careful and be careful, lightning strikes. Violently raised his middle finger and tilted his head, he spat out the Kiba sign that was bidden in his mouth. Urzuzi's little white face instantly turned black into the bottom of the pot. This damn bastard. Sakura, if you want to take that man home, the best way is to fuck him. If you dare to provoke me, I dare to set it on fire. Ignoring Sasuke's luguang and starting to give Haruno Sakura a move, never. It's easy to let that stinky guy win. His head is different from normal people, and he will only set his eyes on people who are better than himself. If you want to marry him, defeat him first. Suke shyly bit his fingertips and lowered his head. Sakura Yuhi's hair was like a cherry. Standing in the field, Kakashi scratched the head of his broom and bent down when he passed Sakura. That bastard is right, the best way to get Sasuke to pay attention to you is to defeat him. Kakashi-sensei, is that true? Aha, how could the teacher lie to you? He narrowed his eyes in an extremely unreliable manner, and the owner of Hatake, who was also full of bad water, waved away. You guys have to cheer up. Sakura. Sasuke. Looking at each other in the distance, Uchiha Sasuke's high chin is full of disdain. Haruno Sakura was a little dazed. Why did Sasuke look at her like this? I'm an avenger, love or anything has nothing to do with me. The words Ursuko once said echoed in his ears again, and the girl with blue eyes and tears shook her head violently. Wrong. You shouldn't live only for revenge. I'm going to beat you, and then. Finally got serious. Although I really don't want to say that, Sakura, you are indeed the weakest in the 7th class. The strong wind blew away the floating clouds and scattered Jinwa, and Shiranui Genma, who had withdrawn and retreated, announced the start of the game. Sakura, who was despised by Ursuko, raised her forehead resolutely, and there was no trace of wavering in her eyes. Defeat him. Of Harmony of Cherry Blossoms, Part 2. What is that? How can I use two kinds of ninjutsu at the same time? This is crazy. Chakra Scalpel. Clone. The ability that Haruno Sakura burst out in an instant directly broke the long-standing theorem in the ninja world. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One by one, the ninjas all stood up, and their eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Even the 4th generation Kazekage clenched his fists in shock, leaving 2 lines of fingerprints half an inch deep on his hand on the stone chair. It was so unexpected. How can someone use 2 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time, regardless of the order, regardless of each other, at the same time? Shocked. You idiots, you'll never understand that anyone has a spark and all they lack is someone to help them find that spark. There are no trash students in the world, only trash teachers. Those bastards who are clamoring for this and that all day long will never understand how many talents they have buried. In Liamong's eyes, Haruno Sakura's talent far exceeds that of Uchiha Sasuke. The horror of a person with 2 souls lies not in using 2 spiritual bodies to think at the same time, but more in the joint manipulation of the body. As long as Haruno Sakura solves the problem of high-level ninjutsu colliding with each other in the meridians, she will become a unique existence in the history of the ninja world. Not necessarily the strongest, but certainly not the weakest, there must be a place in the cage level. Speaking of which, do you want to kidnap her? Compared to the rest of the family members, this violent girl seems to be easier. Holding his chin and thinking about it, Lu Meng threw this sudden thought out. Now is not the time to think about these questions. Cadent fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a number of fireballs and blasted forward, and Ursukezi, who jumped high into the air, had a lot of pretty figures in front of his eyes. Stand alone. After a month of hard work, Haruno Sakura, who received the handbook from Liamong, suddenly became enlightened and finally embarked on the road of being a strong person that belongs to her. 1 month is not enough to become a medical ninja, but 1 month is enough to master chakra scalpel. The slender hand with blue glow swiped in front of him, and Yuhi's Sharingan shrank to the extreme. Magic Kasumi's servant's art. Countless phantoms appeared in front of her eyes, and Haruno Sakura, who could not find the real master, was still in shock. Sakura reversal. Get out of the way for my mother. Ninja cracks demonic illusion. He either restores his own chakra flow or hurts himself, but Haruno Sakura's method is unique to the extreme. When 2 spiritual bodies turn, all demonic illusion will be given in vain. The outside Sakura is hit, just swap the inside out. A woman with a spare tire can't afford to hurt, and Urzuzi is in bad luck. How come? How can it be? The fingertips flicked his right arm down, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had torn his upper arm muscles, lost control of his right arm. The price of underestimating the enemy is heavy. In 1 round, Nisukako not only lost the entire right arm, but also lost the ninjutsu that requires hand seal. Don't underestimate the old lady. Sasuke. The new book period of Ask for Collection is coming to an end. Please support my friends a lot. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 45 _ The opening of the big play is shot to the brick behind the head. A punch hit the cheek and smashed Ursukako to the ground, and Haruno Sakura stood on the ground with a majestic appearance. Interesting Academy first release. She lost. Kiba sign in the mouth. He spat out all the way, and the speechless Liuman shook his head. Obviously there is a good chance to win, but because of love, I didn't seize it. Stupid woman, what do you want me to say about you? Sakura, you are amazing. Uchiha's orphan, who slowly climbed up from the pit, wiped the corner of his lower lip in embarrassment, and stared at Shion Yuhi on the back of his hand. The North Stand, Kakashi, who bumped into Might Guy, said hello and stood together to look off the field. You taught Sakura those strange tricks. Ah, this isn't it. A staggered foot nearly fell. Might Guy's nostrils pierced and turned into a bull. Kakashi. It's that kid. Kakashi answered unexpectedly, without any rowdy thoughts. Might Guy in the exam lounge, he asked very solemnly, is he really teaching? Well, although I don't want to admit it, this kid does have something unique in the way he educates his apprentices. Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, Sakura, Hinata who have been with this guy seem to have strange abilities. To decide the winner. In the face of absolute speed, all the tricks are illusory, and the second assistant with the muscle activation technique is definitely not comparable to the current Haruno Sakura. One-shot defeat. The cherry blossom girl who had shocked countless audiences before fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. I declare that Uchiha Sasuke wins. What just happened? Why didn't I see clearly? The twists and turns of the game, in just a few blinks, the winner and loser, the uproar of the stands turned into a vegetable market. Naruto, it's your turn, fight hard, and I'll tell you who your father is if you win. Really, boss, do you really know who my father is? He's a great person, come on, work hard. He slapped his shoulders heavily and cheered. Liamong smiled and disappeared. Sister Enko, take good care of Hinata. Shikamaru gathered people. This scroll is for you. Open it when you get home today. Don't give it to anyone else. Another scroll was stuffed into the palm of his hand. Liamong lowered his head and kissed Hinata's face lightly. Get ready, everything is with me. What does the boy want to do? Seeing Liuman disappearing back and forth, Kakashi frowned. looked back and forth at the positions occupied by the 8 Anbu in the venue, turned his head to look at Might Guy. What is Lord Hokage doing? There are only 2 groups of people in such a large venue. This is impossible. Since we don't know what the enemy's plan is, we can only disperse Anbu to important places in the village. Is that so? Kakashi really didn't know what to say because he took care of Sasuke and didn't have time to participate in the venue layout. But think about it, it's the same. Hatake family who saw Naruto appear, instantly stayed where he was. That dress. Does he know anything? Proud disciple of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, the head of the Hatake family, stared blankly. Blonde hair fluttered, the white Yuhi-patterned imperial robe fluttered, and the banner of the future 5 generations of Hokage was stuck straight behind him. I'm the man who is going to be Hokage, the little panda with the gourd. If I don't let the uncle come down and die, I'll beat your mother so much that you don't even know you. Mother. Boom. With a murderous cry, the Sunagaku Jinchuriki column, whose mother died when he was born, covered his head frantically. Don't call him. Covering his mouth and sweating on the back of his clothes, Tamari squirmed his throat. Talking to him now will kill you. Yellow Sand twisted around and turned around and walked down the stairs. Gaara, who had dark circles with Yuhi light, clenched his fists. In the shadow of the corner, the 2 Kusanagi looked at each other, and one left and one right stopped in the middle of the road. Chunin exams are very suitable for gambling, and there are several famous people who came for this purpose. Interesting academy starts, so please lose on purpose. Is it okay to drop this game? Sandbound coffin. He stretched out his hands one by one, and stepped on fresh Yuhi on Gaara's feet as he left in the rain of blood. Tamari Konkuro, who was watching with the probe, stopped talking, and the cold beads of sweat fell to the ground in a line, and the ticks merged into a water bay. The meeting of fate, the horn of the times. Sandstorm Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto. When the 2 children covered in sorrow stood in the center of the venue and Shiranui Genma announced the start of the game, it meant that the curtain was slowly unfolding. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shuriken in all directions. Sensed Gaara's danger, made a killing move. The shadowy shadows cut through the venue, and the audience in the stands all stood up. 1,000 or 10,000. This is really a Chunin exam, not a war between 2 small countries. Sarutobi Senpai, your candidates are really special. Ha ha ha, yours is not easy either. In the words clashed secretly, and the face of the 3rd generation Hokage old Ganbayu was full of gloomy smiles. The shuriken ended, and the sand shield inserted into the hedgehog turned into an iron ball. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this thing. One of them counted as 1, and they all turned into toads that opened their mouths on a rainy day. Quack quack. What kind of trick is this? Seeing Khan on the forehead staring at the sand ball that was tied into a hedgehog on the opposite side, Uzumaki Naruto didn't wait for a reaction, and Gaara's counterattack arrived. Rain in sand. The yellow sand mixed with countless shurikens smashed down like a torrential rain, and countless shadow clones shattered into white smoke. Give me Death's sandstorm funeral. One blow smashed all shadow clone and covered his head, and the mad Gaara shouted to the sky for his mother. Uzumaki, who almost died, clenched the Kiba pass and separated countless shadow clones again. Idiot, such tricks are useless. No, what is he going to do? Form a group of 2 and 2, one in front and one behind in a double row. Naruto with the Naruto Mudra transforms into high spirits. This guy. Giant blade throwing. The supersized Fuma shuriken danced into windmills, which were more than 100 times larger than the ordinary shuriken, and the roaring Uzumaki Naruto threw them out. Shuriken shadow clone technique is not over yet. For Cubeit Ninetails Jinchuriki column force, any problem that can be solved with chakra is not a problem. Seeing these gigantic throwing ninja tools, Gaara was so confident in the sand shield that she couldn't help shedding cold sweats, not to mention the audience in the stands. This kid is too pervert. Is he really Genin? How do I feel he has more interests than Jonin? Absolutely defensive. The extremely fast-winding sandball wraps Gaara in the middle without any dead ends, and the sand shield raised to the extreme swings back and forth like a lone leaf in the wind. Sand. When the attack came to an end, there was still a flat place in the venue. There were scars all over the shuriken, except that there was no corpse Mukuro, which was no different from a tragic battlefield. Third eye. Tamari in the stands panicked first. Oops. Gaara, this is too. Sasuke, how's your injury? It's nothing, I'm a little careless. I didn't expect Sakura to grow so much after not seeing him for a month. Sasuke slightly raised his brows as he gently shook his right arm, which was cured by the medical ninja, feeling the pain from his muscles. Kakashi sighed when he saw this, and looked at the field in fascination. At the moment when the big guy couldn't take his eyes off, the fourth generation of Kazekage narrowed his pupils. Magic, the technique of Nirvana abode. Countless feathers fluttered and scattered all over the venue, and the audience thumped down. Kakashi. Might Guy. Haruno Sakura. The ninjas who reacted hurriedly hand seal. Who found that someone broke free, snorted coldly, got up and left this sad place. I shouldn't have belonged here, it's time to go back. Goodbye, Konoha. Action began, and Kazekage stared at each other and signaled. Specially made smoke bomb bang. The sound exploded, the 3 generations of Hokage were hijacked to the roof, and the 2 Kazekage guards that Anbu intercepted actually divided into 4 and stood in 4 directions. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Array. Come back, it's an enchantment. Captain Anbu in white's reminder was about to exit, and the members of the Shadow Guard who rushed at the front stopped in midair, wow, screaming and turning into flying ashes. Sound ninja. The dazzling old eyes swept around, and the 3-generation-old man who was kidnapped by Kazekage said with a sigh, I didn't expect that Sunagakure village would betray the alliance. The treaty is just a blindfold to let the opponent relax. The boring game is over. Do you want to start a war? The old eyes turned back a little, and the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage was a little heavy. 4 generations of Kazekage closed his eyes, that's right. We should avoid the use of force and use peace talks to solve the problem, it's not too late. Hee, are you too old to become dementia? Mr. Sarutobi. You, cold sweat dripped down Madara's old face, and the 3rd Hokage's heart sank to the bottom. The voice-changing 4th generation Kazekage smiled grimly. Your stupidity has put Konoha into a passive position, and I've won. HMPH. The old man should have taught you that you can't know the result of anything until the end. Snake, pill. Reaching out his hand to tear his face to reveal his true face, the shadow guards outside the barrier were stunned. How could it be him? The head of Sannin, Lang-kun Orochimaru, the fierce god on the battlefield, the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, the genius of Konoha's history. I told you a long time ago that the candidate for the 5th Hokage should be determined early. If you want to decapitate this old man, you are not qualified enough. Really, Mr. Sarutobi. Kuapu, who suddenly stabbed at the neck, burst out with blood, and the back of his left hand pierced Orochimaru, turned and walked towards the opposite side. A little tear overflowed from the corner of his eyes looking up at the sky, whether it was sadness or something else. It's not like you feel sad when you kill your master. I just feel a little sleepy. Pulling out the kunai that had pierced the back of his hand and flicking it at will, Orochimaru didn't seem to feel the pain at all. I am afraid that only they themselves know what Silent is thinking about the master and the apprentice. Why do you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. With your character never being driven by resentment, you have no purpose or motivation. What made this decision? It's the wind. Pulling off the Kazekage hat and throwing it away, Orochimaru with black hair and drooping shoulders stood upright. Snakes only watch what moves. The ninja world has been quiet for too long, so long that it makes people feel tired. So I decided, let him move. You're a lunatic. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sarutobi, is that why you expelled me? Yingyi's murderous intent permeated everywhere, and the master and apprentice who had been away for a long time faced each other with swords and soldiers, the wind waving their battle clothes, and their eyes were like sharp arrows. Hinata, come with me. The scroll that Shiyu unfolded was closed again, and Mitarashi Enko looked at the barrier with complicated eyes. Shikamaru, who gathered the gang, stretched his arms into his arms and his face changed wildly. Why did Enko take Hinata away, and where did the boss go? Choji, get up quickly and don't pretend to be asleep. Don't call me, don't you know how dangerous it is right now? Akamichi Choji didn't want to get involved in such troubles, lying down under the chair with a sullen breath. Are you so afraid of death? You are not afraid of death, you go, I want to sleep. Get up quickly. I can't afford it. Can't you get up? I can't afford to kill me. A few violent rumblings came from a distance, and 3 giant snakes with the height of the building rushed across the city wall, and Choji couldn't sleep anymore. Where are you going? Take me one. Aren't you going to sleep? I'm laughing at the sky from the horizontal knife, and I'll go to sleep after laughing. Daya was wearing blue shorts on his head, and Akamichi Choji's chubby face was soaring with pride. Inazuka Kiba, who had a little white dog on his forehead, covered his forehead, and Aburame Shino, who was copying Kabuto with both hands, was covered in cold sweat. The roar of a violent talisman in his ears, Shikamaru took out the scroll given by Liamong. Do you want to open it? The Konoha gang quartet looked at each other complicatedly. Shikamaru, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, thought to himself, and put the scroll in his arms again, let's go. After the 4 figures left, Kakashi, who flew to save Haruno Sakura, gave the order, A-level mission, gather your companions. Sakura, listen carefully to the next words, and be sure to find Nara Shikamaru in the shortest possible time. And gather as many companions as possible and bring them here. Quote. Yes, I see. Turning over and leaving the cat's waist and moving forward, the Konoha Shoukyang started to move in unison. Hyuga Neji Byakugan, who was squatting in the exam lounge, was full of anger. Why? Why is it still being destroyed after waiting so long? Did the father really die like this? These days killing enemy village ninjas, why ruin the exam? Damn you all. Hokage with 2 hairbands flying all over his body was pitch black. Orochimaru's golden pupil, who also ripped off the imperial robe, stood up in a moon-white body, and the 4 of them quickly filled a layer of enchantment inside when they saw that the situation was not good. Hands-on with 3 generations of Hokage, they're not that cocky yet. Hee, it looks like it's not easy to get out. For you, letting them in would just get in the way. Orochimaru. Sarutobi. The tragic murderous agitation stirred each other, and the clothes floated, and the shattered tiles sounded the horn of battle. Ninja Dart Shadow Clone Technique. The cross dart he took out from the cassette was swung in front of him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dancing with his handprints, turned it into 1,000 pieces. Orochimaru, who also made his handprints, slapped the ground with a grin. Psychic Impure World Reincarnation. Duo countless shurikens hit the lid of the coffin. The old face of the 3rd generation Hokage was gloomy like water. He never thought he would use psychic to block the attack. Those dead people are 1. 2. The big 1st generation and 2nd generation came into view, and the 3rd generation Hokage, who suddenly remembered something, shrank his pupils. Damn, can't let the 3rd out anyway. He clasped his hands together and pressed down, and just as Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to block the channeling, a suddenly appeared brick slapped his head. Pooh. Kiba sign in his mouth lifted Haori away. Naruto, come and see your father. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Collection, new book will be on the shelves tomorrow. I hope my friends can subscribe more, thanks for the cloud first. Text chapter 46 _ the storm surges to the hands of Chi. Decay, wood, flow, on. Hello, the 3rd generation immortal, the 1st generation 2nd generation Hokage, and the 4th generation Hokage. Interesting academies. He stretched out his hands to greet Orochimaru one by one. Come to Uncle Snake to get that thing. Little devil, what do you want to do? It's very troublesome to get that thing. Watching the play, without Uncle Snake's help, how can you watch this big play? Are you right? Sarutobi Hiruzen will never die. What the hell are you trying to do, Deadwood Liamong? As expected of the two masters and apprentices, they even asked questions that were so similar. Lu Meng laughed when he heard it. Don't do anything, just ask some questions. It's just that these questions require the presence of several parties. Originally, the young master felt very troublesome. But fortunately, Uncle Snake called them back. From high to intense to calm, Liamong, who suddenly became cold, stretched out his hand and pointed to the three Hokages who had passed away one by one. After listening to these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's radiant old eyes tightened immediately. What is this kid doing? The first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato. The first two ninjas were not familiar with each other for too long, but the latter one had witnessed the existence. Seeing these three ancestors, the ninjas outside the barrier instantly fell silent. The first Hokage calmed down the troubled world and distributed the tailed beasts to various countries as a balance. Regardless of whether this method was correct or not, the strength of the 9 tailed beasts alone was enough for anyone to look up to. The god of ninjas is invincible in the world, and is as famous in the world as the 6 paths immortals. Generation Hokage is revered as the god of water, and sweetened water style, as superb in ninjutsu, and can summon endless oceans in the dry desert. And that's not all. The most powerful aspect of the second generation Hokage lies in his pioneering and enterprising spirit. Unlike his elder brother Senju Hashirama, who established himself in the ninja world with Mokudan, wood style, Senju Tobarama, in addition to sweetened water style, also developed extremely terrifying space-time ninjutsu such as Hiraishin, who can perceive everything about the enemy when he touches the ground with both hands. Impure world reincarnation, shadow clone, dance of the 3 suns and moons, and many other forbidden technique secrets that have been passed down to this day are all inseparable from him. Compared with the above two, the 4th generation of Hokage is not for nothing. Hiraishin, who inherited and surpassed the 2nd generation, instantly killed the enemy's high-level ninja in the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao, which is called Yellow Flash by the ninja world. It's a pity that just like his title, this sunny Hokage, who is full of affinity, comes and goes quickly. He had just turned 4 years old when he died in the Kyubi, 9 Tails, attack on the village. Not only did he kill his wife, but he also killed his children. In the end, he even took his own life. Now that they return to the world, their mood can be imagined. Sarutobi, long time no see. It's not you, little monkey, you are old. Master. It's such a pity that I didn't expect to meet the 3 of you under such circumstances. Lao Ganbaka's dead face was as gloomy as iron, and the 3rd generation Hokage's heart thumped into his throat. Fighting with these 3, just relying on his old arms and legs, is really going to be bloody. Feeling that it was hard to move, the 2nd generation Hokage slowly turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation, is this young man who used this forbidden technique to summon us here. It's really amazing. No matter which world, there is always war. He raised his forehead like a sigh and seemed confused, and the face of the first Hokage was extremely complicated. After listening to the nonsense for a long time, Orochimaru took out 3 kunai with talismans and snorted coldly. Just as he was about to put them in, a figure stopped in front of him. Uncle Snake, I won't need this thing today. Quote. Little devil, hurry up and let me die. Do you know how dangerous these 3 people are? Let's get rid of one of them. Don't think about either of us. Enla, I promise I'll be fine, I'll accompany you if something happens. The hand that stopped the talisman kunai waved casually, and the flowing man tilted his head and turned up the space. Look around and find the stake for the avatar. Come on, Shodai, first, Sama, please take a seat. The wooden Jinchuriki column standing on the roof wiped with his hands, and Liamong pressed Senju Hashirama's shoulders to straighten him. Then he turned around and found another golden oak bucket. Come on. Nadine, second, Sama, you are also sitting. He also put Senju Tobarama down while holding his shoulders, and continued to look for the livid, throwing out a bunch of pots and pans, and after searching, he couldn't find a suitable object. The original Hokage played Mokuten, wood style, just sitting on a stake. The second generation Hokage plays Suiten, water style, and he will be sitting on the bucket, and the fourth generation Hokage plays instantly, etc. Doesn't he have a nickname called Yellow Flash? So use this thing. The large table lamp with a long wire dragged out of the space, and Liuman looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile. The 4 generations of Hokage, whose whole body was stiff, had 3 tic-tac-toe on his head. Come on, please take a seat. You're welcome. I bought this for my girlfriend. I'll borrow it from you today. If it breaks, I'll buy a new one later. 3 Hokages sat down one after another, and the Liuman who felt good about himself took out a beach chair, and lay down very narrowly, regardless of the blue cheeks of Orochimaru and the 3 generations of Hokage. With a flip of his hand, he turned on the sound receiver prepared in advance. Hello everyone, viewers, it's time for questions. The questioner, the liar, the person being asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old immortal, the witness, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the head of Sanin Lenkun Orochimaru, and all the Konoha ninjas and the outer village audience who came to watch the Chunin exams. Quote. Want to witness a historic meeting? Do you want to listen to the unknown grievances and grievances between Hokage's master and apprentice? What are you waiting for? Put down the swords in your hands, prick up your ears, and it's not too late to fight after listening. You know, but there are 2 god-level ninjas present here, and the young master let them out and let you all rest. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Moonlight Hayate, Kurenai Yuhi, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Mitarashi Enko, Sarutobi Konohamaru, Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, did you not come when you heard the call? Relying on the protection of the 4 purple flame formations, he laughed wildly for the long-awaited day. Orochimaru, whose golden eyes were suddenly shrunk to the extreme, suddenly kicked over the coffin board gloomily, pulled the hem of his clothes and sat beside him. The 3-generation-old man who was in a fighting posture is not accepting recruits, nor is it not accepting recruits. Directly opening it, his head has not been filled with lead. If the 5 guys on the opposite side come together, even if it is a young peak, he will die in a blink of an eye, not to mention that he is old and going to the ground. Sit down. The handprints slammed together quickly, and the 3-generation-old man who made the Jiangtu chair also sat down. It's not what he thinks, it's completely forced by the situation. Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to do? The question that had been asked several times was raised again, and the gangster smiled like a flower. What's the hurry? What the young master wants to do, you'll know right away. Let's go to the roof. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Naruto who was hesitant as he entered the arena with blood stains. What should he do? Reaching out to the strange sandball opposite, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed nervously. Urzuzi glanced at him like an idiot. It's time for him, you still have a bird's game. Will you go? Bite Kiba looked at the strange opponent on the opposite side. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with difficulty. Go. Lived among the world's Byakugan since he was a child, has always wanted to know his background. Why are they doing this to me? Who are my parents? Uchiha Sasuke jumped up to the roof. The 2 who jumped halfway suddenly stopped. Is that the chief examiner of the preliminaries? Wearing a black trench coat, coughing, Moonlight Hayate, who was standing next to Anbu with a cat face, smiled at the 2 of them, his smile full of bitterness. I said you would thank me after today. Thinking of the boy who knocked himself unconscious with a brick, and then sent himself to the enemy for treatment, Moonlight Hayate's mood became complicated and anxious, and he was more eager to know the answer than anyone else. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. Might Guy. One after another, Konoha elites jumped over, and Konoha Maru, who ignored Ebisu's stop, stood blankly off the field, her small eyes filled with tears. Tanokuni Otogakure. Wind Country Sunagakure. The enemy village ninja who heard the threat of the roaring man stopped silently and confronted the Konoha ninja. It's not that they don't want to fight, it's just that the names of the 3 people reported are too big. The 4th generation of Hokage is enough to be fucked. Why did the 1st generation and the 2nd generation also appear, and they did not think about doing it with such legendary characters? It was just hitting the lantern into the toilet in the middle of the night, and there was no negotiation. The technique of overrunning the street vendor, Toad cut with short knife. 3 giant pythons fell from the sky, smashed and slashed, and Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Wentai's head, looked at the roof of the enchantment from a distance. Let's jump over. 2 extremely sturdy toad legs. He kicked hard on the ground, and Jiraiya, who covered most of the sky, nodded to Wentai, a huge amount of smoke bang. The sound disappeared, and he jumped down alone. Lord Jiraiya. It's Kakashi, how's it going inside? It's very troublesome. Under the pulled forehead guard, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun around, and the head of the Hatake family had nothing to do. The madman who sealed the ninjutsu by the Grand Master thought of the name as soon as he glanced at the barrier, but did not dare to attack rashly. The 3 people who were channeled through impure world reincarnation were still half-finished products. If Orochimaru was forced to rush, there might be some trouble. World of Trees Wall, the 2 ultra-large-scale ninjutsu of Shui Kingbo, Konoha today must be a thing of the past. What is that kid named Liamong going to do? Thinking of Naruto's repeated mention of the boss, the end of Sannin, the mad ghost Jiraiya frowned, and there was a panic that was beyond his control. Man, it seems like it's almost here. The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for Monthly Pass are on the shelves for the first order. Please support friends who are capable. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 47 _ facing the sky and asking the hypocrisy's defense. Hanger Langdang dug out his ears, and Liamong, who was looking around, stretched his waist. Since all the participants have arrived, the next step is the question and answer session. It's interesting that the 3 generations of the academy don't die. Can you tell me, Konoha, where have all the powerhouses of the Mesozoic era gone? Turning his eyes to the side, the gangsters who glanced one by one pointed to the 4 directions. Kakashi's father Konoha White Fang, Moonlight Hayate's father Black Knight Dancer, 2nd Hokage's grandson Senju Orange Water, Konoha Maru's father Midori Shinosuke, Might Guy's father Blue Beast, Enko's father Mitarashi Zishao, Kurenai Yuhi's father Yuhi Colored Sunset. How come none of these Konoha strongmen who are younger than you have survived? They are all heroes who died fighting for the village. The old face was twitching and his face was ashen, and the 3rd generation of Hokage had an extremely bad premonition. If he could choose, he really wanted to knock this kid to death with a stick. But looking at the 4 people sitting on the coffin board of the wooden stake, bucket table lamp and opposite, I had to dispel the unrealistic idea. Orochimaru's gloomy face showed a trace of scorn. The 1st generation 2nd generation Hokage was expressionless, and the 4th generation Hokage's handsome face was stained with cold light. Covering his little face, he giggled weirdly, 000, and tears flowed out. Heroes. Thank you for saying it. The young master remembers telling you a long time ago that all heroes are dead prematurely. They're heroes, bah. A mouthful of saliva spit out, and all the ninjas around were awe-inspiring. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. Might Guy. One was counted as 1, and they all stared at Liamong with unkind eyes. Thousands of eyes added to their bodies, and the gangster glared back sarcastically. Why are they looking at me like this? Are they heroes? They are all wronged ghosts. I wondered, why are these people dead, but old things like Sarutobi Hiruzen are still alive? Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Shimura Danzo, others became heroes and died in battle, 4 of them old guys. Why don't you come with me? Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to say? It's not what I want to say, but it's time for you to answer the question raised by the young master. suddenly turned around and stared at the 3-generation-old man, his chin raised bit by bit. Speak, in front of everyone. In front of the guy, in front of the descendants of Konoha Bashi, tell me how you and Shimura Danzo always kill them. Boom. There was a sound of thunder, and all the ninjas came on stage, and countless people jumped up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He knew that he couldn't be good today. Did he do it? Boom. Boom. Orochimaru, who kicked over the coffin board twice and inserted them in the middle, showed his attitude with his actions. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. This snake-like man suddenly found that things became more and more interesting. Although the feeling of being used is very uncomfortable, he is very relieved, and he is very willing to watch the next scene. Liuman smiled and waited for the 3 generations of Hokage to answer. Not only was he waiting, but the ninjas who were standing in the dark outside the barrier were also waiting. 3 forces. 3 forces. The largest number of Konoha. Slightly less Sunagaker. The most number of Otogaker. Holding a group and staring at the barrier, how will Sarutobi Hiruzen answer Akatsuki when the big scandal is about to be revealed? The cold wind blew the yellow leaves and fluttered, and Lu Meng, who had been waiting for an answer for a long time, smiled. Silence is golden. Don't you even have the courage to defend yourself? The old man will not waste his words with a person who betrays the village. Yo, drink. Treason the village. Reaching out to touch Silver's white hair on top of his head, Lu Meng sneered and tutted twice. It's such a big name, the young master can't afford it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you play something new? Do you want to kill the Uchiha clan in the name of a treasonous village, and you want to kill the young master together? I'm afraid your old arms and legs don't have the ability. Uchiha exterminated. The suddenly turned face rustled with dust. Senju Hashirama clenched his fist. Liamong blinked his eyes playfully. Yeah, not only Uchiha's clan has been wiped out, but the country of the vortex is over. Even you and the 2nd-generation Hokage's family, the Senju clan have also left Konoha. These are all of you. I am proud of the good things my disciples have done. Sarutobi. Don't ask. What he said is all the truth. Except for 2 weird guys, there really is no one of our tribe in the village. The hands that were quietly touching the ground were slowly put away, and the 2nd-generation Hokage, who was bent over at some point, sat down again. Returning to the bucket, his icy eyes looked at the opposite side like a blade. 3 generations of Hokage are still silent, and he finds that the rhetoric that came from his mouth in the past is so difficult at this moment. Master, what happened to Naruto? The 4th generation of Hokage immediately reacted when he heard the death of his wife and country, and there is no fool who can sit in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lowered his old face, closed his cloudy old eyes, and did not even have the courage to raise his head. He was reluctant to speak, and Liamong helped him speak. The corruption of power has spawned human violence. The Senju clan stood in the way, and they joined forces to drive him away. Uchiha, who lost his restraint, wanted to rise to power, but they exterminated his clan. Konoha's 8 colors threatened his dominance, one after another. Death and removal. Let's not talk about it. Don't you think it's strange that you died in the 4th generation of Hokage? Quote. Looking at Namikaze Minato, the corners of his flamboyant eyes turned to Uzumaki Naruto. This stinky boy, who has always been heartless and heartless, stood beside Ursuke, and the 2 youths' childish faces were distorted. Liamong turned his gaze back, facing the scrutiny eyes of the 4th generation of Hokage and said, the seal of Kyubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column will loosen when giving birth. Kushina's due date is Konoha's top secret. Why is Kyubi Nine-Tails will come out? Haven't you thought about launching the ghoul seal to work for the village? Stop talking. The cloudy old tears flowed 2 lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his tear-stained old face. Minato, I'm sorry. What am I? What are you sorry for? It's not only the 4th generation Hokage. The sneer interrupted the 3 generations of old men who couldn't continue, and Liamong turned his head with a sneer. You immortal waste, how did Senju Nawaki die? You can explain clearly. Nawaki is also dead. The first and second generation, who had just heard the death of Orange Water and could barely keep quiet, widened their eyes. 3 generations of Hokage were completely speechless. No matter what happened, it was his dereliction of duty to protect Senju Nawaki, not to mention that the death of others was really wrong. Where's Tsunade? The news of the 2 grandchildren's deaths came one after another, and Senju Hashirama was eager to know the safety of her granddaughter. Run away. Liamong turned his head to give the answer, and said with a sigh, the younger brother died tragically in the rear, and the lover died afterward. Your granddaughter has really suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes. It's good to be alive. He closed his eyes with a slight sigh of relief, and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama fell silent again. As existences who used to look down on the ninja world, they have the patience to continue to wait, and they will not rush to make a decision before the matter is finished. Deadwood Liamong, do you want to destroy Konoha? Shengxi clenched the kiba path sternly, and the 3 generations of Hokage stared at Liamong with resentment. This old man has done something wrong in his life, but this old man is all for Konoha, for this village. Ha 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 ha, old immortal guy, can you be any more shameless? For the sake of this village, it's your word. The 12-year-old gangster laughed and stroked his forehead. He really admired these old gangsters' way. Why did everything make sense when it came to their mouths? Sarutobi Hiruzen, for Konoha. Hee, for Konoha, you teamed up to kill 8 colors. For Konoha, you forced Senju to exterminate Uchiha. For Konoha, your 3 apprentices left one after another. Young master wants to ask, if Senju Uchiha is still there, Konoha will not die. All Sanin are present. In the entire ninja world, who else would dare to embarrass Konoha? The battle between the 2 Jades, the name of the country of fire is a waste. In one sentence, the skin was torn to shreds, and the roar of the map guns almost swept away the fame of the hidden fire country. I was shot while lying down. Who did I provoke me? No matter how angry he is, he has to hold back. Daming's head is very clear. How terrifying these people are today, and the few guards he brought can save his life. If you really dare to go out, you will definitely die in the light of the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless after the map cannon was fired, and his head was raised. How to defend? These people are all dead and dead. Explain. Even with his mouth all over his body, he couldn't explain it clearly. But just let Liamong continue talking, and Konoha is really finished. In order to maintain the last trace of dignity, the 3-generation-old man said in a hoarse voice, Uchiha should be punished for betraying the village. Orochimaru's experiments with living people should be expelled, and this old man has a clear conscience. Worthless. Are you truly ashamed? Why don't you dare to look over? Orochimaru's original smirk's paleness was freezing, and at this moment, his heart was really cold. He couldn't find an excuse. He used his apprentice to make a knife. Uchiha didn't care if he brought it up. Why did he bring himself along? Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know what happened to those experiments. Teacher, this is the last time this disciple has called you that. He spit out a word, and explained it lazily with Orochimaru's character. He has already carried enough blame, and he doesn't care about carrying it again. But from now on, there will be no kindness between teachers and apprentices. With the grace of life, and the reward of fame, Orochimaru's tightly closed vertical pupils overflowed with tears. However, they seem to have forgotten someone. The new books, Ask for Collection, and Ask for a Monthly Pass, are on the shelves. Please support your friends. Thank you from the cloud. Text Chapter 48 _ Where does the road go through epic choices? Wonderful, really wonderful. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. 2 slaps slapped. Liamong really admires it, and it's not enough if you don't admire it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is immortal. You are so talented, a genius, a fool. Quote. Little devil, I don't need you to take care of my business. He suddenly opened his eyes with murderous aura, and Orochimaru's pale face was very ugly. Looked at each other with high spirits, showing no fear at all, don't think that impure world reincarnation is what you use. So you dare to be shy. The second generation Hokage can break free from this technique and it's not a waste of money. You can give it to the young master. Listen honestly by the side. Things are beyond imagination. He fixed his eyes, and Orochimaru of Senju Tobarama didn't dare to gamble. Lee Kui touches Lee's ghost and confronts the developer of impure world reincarnation. He really doesn't dare to be too public. Where did Shimura Danzo go? When such a big thing happened in Konoha, why didn't the so-called root be present? Isn't the purpose of their establishment to protect Konoha? It's all about the rhythm of destroying the village. Why don't these ground rats get out? In a word, the Konoha ninjas swept all over the place, but no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the so-called root figure, and Shimura Danzo didn't even dare to show his face. Not only him, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado didn't know where the cat was. These old guys who usually jumped up and down, all turned into turtles at this moment. Find anyone to turn his eyes back. The gleam that greeted everyone's attention raised the corners of his lips. His irony overflowed. Danzo didn't dare to come out because he has 11 Sharingans on him. Uchiha Shisui's 10,000 flowers are right there. Under his right eye. By the way, he still has the cells of the original Hokage on his body. Uncle Snake, you should have done this, right? Humph. With a cold snort, Orochimaru finally felt the same anger and helplessness as his master. How did this bastard know these secrets? Turning his eyes, Konoha ninja aside, Besmara ninja looked at Ursukoku with pity in his eyes. Uchiha's orphan is crazy. He is not Uzumaki Naruto who can't fart for a long time. What did they do? What happened to Uchiha Itachi? You idiot, you are an idiot. He raised his middle finger and spit, and the ridicule in his eyes rose to the extreme. Your brother is a fighter among idiots. You are a tractor among idiots, and you 10-10 clamor for revenge. The neurotic and maniac patients don't even think about it. If Uchiha Itachi is so cruel, you can still live to this day. Destroying a family is such a simple thing. Mangekyo Sharingan, do you really think that thing is invincible? Quote. Despised to the point of being too lazy to look at it, Lu Meng is really unwilling to answer this inborn idiot. Baidu Interesting Academy. Although Naruto is a bit idiot, this kid is not really stupid, but Uchiha Sasuke, but he is a real fool, and he is the one who is born with his head on the ground and is hopeless. But it's not surprising that the Uchiha family doesn't produce anything else, and there are some people with such a sick head. Breaking Danzo's hidden back, he smirked and looked back and forth, and Liamong threw a bomb again. Jiraiya, how are the 3 apprentices you recruited doing well in Omegakure village? Rinnegan, Destiny Child is really amazing. Boom. A dull thunder sounded again, and when they heard the word Rinnegan, all the ninjas became restless. Jiraiya's cloudy old eyes flashed with anger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his apprentice with accountability. Liamong watched with joy. Uzumaki Nagato, tisk tisk, is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan again. If you are watching the destruction of the country of Vortex, and you secretly push your hands, if you don't get retribution, who can get retribution? Think. If you take the power of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki column as your own, let's just say it clearly, why should we let the genocide annihilate the nation? Quote. The unchangeable fact was brought up again. Lu Meng's words slammed into the dead, and the 2 Hokages, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, slowly opened their eyes and stared at their chosen heirs very badly. Why did the Senju family leave Konoha? It's not because these bastards don't give assistance. Since they can sit back and watch the kingdom of Vortex fall, what else can they do? They say that Uchiha is rebelling. Hee, what is rebellion? Don't accept you old people who don't die. Is persecution called rebellion? Rebellion is also forced by you. 4 generations of Hokage died tragically in the Danzo conspiracy. Bashi was killed by Jungji. Sannin was forced to leave the village one after another. Ha ha ha, this is what you guys did. Knock and beat to understand the matter. Liamong opened his arms to face the sky, as if to embrace the whole world. I don't have the heart of a strong man, but sit in the position of a strong man. Sarutobi Hiruzen, You even have the detached status of Konoha Hidden Village. I can't keep it up. What qualifications are there to call Hokage? The elders, when the first and second generations were in power, there was a fart elders. The root of Konoha, why should there be a root after Anbu? Don't you feel disgusted by making a hypocritical face? The strong must have the pride of the strong. Quartet and wrapping his arms, the white feathers and the windless and automatic flow raised his forehead high, choose, survival or destruction. The first generation, second generation and fourth generation, Lord Hokage, I really want to see how you deal with today's Konoha. If it's a wonderful feeling to see with your own eyes that you destroy the oranges that once built the Guardian and paid all for it. Uzumaki Naruto suffered for 12 years. Namikaze Minato, don't you want to retaliate? Ask your son, do you think I miss your wife? I won't say much about the first and second generation boys. The relatives are expelled, the distant relatives are destroyed, and the 2 grandchildren die in vain. Your choice will definitely be better. Hashirama, slowly straightening his stiff body and standing still, Senju Tobarama completed the remaining spells of Impure World Reincarnation. Things were out of control in an instant. Orochimaru, Liamong never counted on him. Liamong really pays attention to the second generation of Hokage. Compared with the first generation who yearned for peace with cramps in his head, the second generation Hokage is the real calm person, with a ruthless personality and decisiveness in dealing with things. Watching a play, today's rhythm is watching a play. Let's withdraw. Senju Tobarama took over the control of Impure World Reincarnation. Seeing that Orochimaru, who was in a bad situation, smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet, he looked at Liamong with extremely bad eyes before leaving. The bastard head disdainfully compares his middle finger to the past. The girl is still cold cold ass, just a little bit of courage. No, I have to run too. Patting his butt, he got up and ran away, and Lu Mang, who was suddenly stopped by someone, was speechless. Looking up at this man, he has a gray hedgehog with tangled hair, 2 protruding toad eyes, quack nose, catfish mouth, splayed legs with a straw bullet belly, dark yuhi bunts, gray-green underwear, and pedals. How to look at how awkward it is to pull the board with double collapse. Jiraiya, why don't you go after your old classmate? What are you doing to stop the young master? I want to leave after getting into trouble. It's not that simple. Standing in front of him without any smile, Jiraiya has a feeling that if he doesn't want Konoha to continue to have trouble, he must keep this kid. His face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hands and rubbed his 2 little faces, his hands brushing his hair from the bottom to the top, and he shouted with hatred, do you really think that the young master is easy to mess with? There were 3 layers of waves without wind, the purple mist rose and trembled in all directions, and the gangster's whole person became illusory. The ambition of the warrior, the idea is mastered. Liamong, who had suffered many losses at the hands of Konoha's senior management before, wanted to move on. He had to let out the resentment he was holding in his heart. Unfortunately, the anger is now over. But what I didn't expect was that after this grievance was released, the one who awakened would be the Street Fighter Advanced Poison King. It is not the god of war, nor the 100 flowers, nor the eye of the storm. It seems that God does not want Xiaoyi to be a good person. But forget it, the king of poison is the king of poison, and the big deal is to do it. With his head held high, the first shot of the battle was fired, and Orochimaru, who had withdrawn the 4 purple flame array, ran away in a blink of an eye. But strangely, none of the ninjas moved around. They don't move, I move. Street storm. Violently spinning body, broken shoes and socks thrown at the forehead, broken wooden barrels, rotten wooden boxes, sewer pipes made of cement, long wire poles tied with steel bars, handcarts, iron tubes, and all kinds of domestic garbage. Jiraiya faced door. The lecherous fairy with a banana peel on his face went to Sparta on the spot. Wow, what are these things? Get out of here. The last trolley flew off, and Lumenton's foot jumped into the air, and the poison mine bag grabbed from the void smashed to the ground. Countless dark purple smoke rose and drifted, and the hapless Sunagakur village ninja fell down in a blink of an eye. Jiraiya is finally restless, but if she tries to find someone, she can't find it. Disappeared without a trace, and the ninjas who were far away turned their heads to look at the roof, and the 3 Hokages of the Konoha hidden village looked at each other. Strong winds, rolling thunder, and the thunder that roared through the sky seemed to herald uneasiness. Sarutobi, you have gone too far. I'm sorry, I'm doing this all for Konoha. The old Kanbaka's face was mixed with remorse, but finally the determined Sarutobi Hiruzen rekindled his fighting spirit. The dead should not disturb the world of the living. 2 adults. Minato, please forgive my selfishness. Everything is for the sake of the village. The hypocritical speech mustered the last trace of persistence, and the words of the 3 generations of Hokage did not get any response. What he has to face is the crusade of the lost Hokage. Maybe the Konoha ninjas would help if the 3 Hokages who returned to the world were not sane. But right now, no one wants to get involved in this fight. They have no reason to do it, nor do they have the belief to do it. Of an eye, the 4 generations of Hokage disappeared without a trace. Are you my son? He stretched out his hand and held down the drooping golden yellow. Minato, who was in front of Naruto in an instant, looked up at the sky, wanting to cry but not tears, and wanted to stop talking. Is he right or wrong for giving everything for Konoha? Cold wind is blowing, and the wind and thunder are stirring. Where will the future of Konoha go? The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for a Monthly Pass are uploaded. Please support your friends. Thank you from the cloud. It's really not easy to write a book. Text chapter 49_peak duel, speechless silence. Come on, Sister Enko eats a banana, and Sister Hinata eats bunches of grapes. Interesting academy. The yellow banana tucked into his hand was not removed for a long time, and Mitarashi Enko, who looked at Liamong and put up his monocular, suddenly asked, did you know this long ago? Know what? Do you know the cause of Uncle Zishao's death? Why didn't you tell me? Enko's eyes widened in grievance, with taupe eyes flashing with tears. Liamong, who walked gently to the front, watched silently, and suddenly hugged Enko into his arms. I told you earlier, let you and Danzo go all out. Konoha 8 colors all died in the power struggle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. ZZ Uncle Shao was the Grand Master of the 3-line ninjutsu before his death, and he only lost to White Fang Su Mao. You are too far from him. Quote. But you shouldn't hide it from me. Without the care of her father and the care of her parents, Mitarashi Enko's only relative is her master Orochimaru, which is why she wanted to die together after Orochimaru betrayed the village. Because of love and hate, it is always a woman's power. How deep is the love, how far is the hate? Looking up at the cheap sister who was weeping sadly, Lu Meng hugged even tighter. The pitiful little secretary beside her hugged her knees. Her milky white pupils showed a hint of loneliness. Enko is sad, and Hinata is also unhappy. His father's discrimination, the family's abandonment, and the little girl's fragile heart is scarred. The Hyuga family doesn't need trash like her. The unforgettable swearing echoed again, and Hinata burst into tears. Take care of her. Gently broke free from his embrace and walked forward. Standing on the edge of the rock wall, Enko fluttered his short purple-blue hair. His clothes were flying, his thoughts moved, and the scenes of the past flowed through his heart. Where to go? Enko is distraught. The monocular was set up to adjust the focus, and the distant roof was pulled to the front. 2 adults, even if you risk your life, the disciples will not allow you to destroy the village. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Minato who was standing in front of Naruto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the opposite. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. In the face of 2 strong men who made the world tremble, he had no intention of winning. I'll take care of those guys, and he'll leave it to you. After saying a word, he disappeared, and the second generation Hokage disappeared instantly. The Art of Hiraishin Konoha Eternal Legend. 3-2, the first generation Hokage left alone is flying, and the Yuhi-colored battle armor has scars everywhere. Little monkey, give you one more chance. I'm sorry, said half-heartedly, what else could Sarutobi Hiruzen say? Senju Orange Water is dead, Senju Nawaki is dead, the country of the vortex is destroyed, the two giants are gone, and all his explanations can't match the pale facts. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Senju Hashirama looked at the heir he and his younger brother had chosen, and suddenly regretted it. He can distribute the tailed beasts to various countries for the sake of world peace and give up the opportunity to reach the peak of power. It does not mean that he can sit back and watch the family die, not to mention the grandson of him and Tobarama. Orange water, Nawaki, power is such a crazy thing. Although the dead should not disturb the world of the living. However, he also has to correct his mistakes. Be aware, you have turned your back on the will of fire. The sentence suddenly burst out of silence, and directly concluded that Sarutobi Hiruzen was executed. 3 generations of Hokage turned into pieces in an instant. It's not like this, I did it for Konoha. Enough, Sarutobi, Konoha was created by me and Madara. No matter what reason you have, you should not let Uchiha exterminate your clan. You have lost your qualifications as a Hokage. Raising his eyes and looking around, Senju Hashirama suddenly said quasi-Hokage and stretched out his hand. Not good. Run away. Grabbed Anko, picked up Hinata, and flew back. As soon as Liamong walked away, 3 huge ancient trees came out. Adamantine forest call. And creaking, Hokage rocks 3 out of 4. Looking back at the rock face with only 4 generations of Hokage left, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears. With just one action, he already understood the choice of the original Hokage. The Senju family left, and the country of the vortex was destroyed. Obviously, Senju Hashirama had decided that Konoha no longer needed to leave traces of him and his younger brother. Master, no matter what you choose, you should not hurt the village. They are innocent. All sins are caused by the disciples. I am willing to use this life to calm your anger. I just hope that you can let them go. Looking around, tear-stained old faces crossed the crowd one after another, and all the Konoha ninjas looked away. Suddenly hearing the truth of these sensational things, they really don't know how to face this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made indelible contributions to Konoha, but he has also made unforgivable mistakes. No one has forgotten the words of the first generation of Hokage. This old guy has lost the honor of fighting for it all his life. Away the name of Hokage. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only 2 people who can make such a decision. Coincidentally, both of them are here today. Some drama comes, some madness comes. I think what else can you live in vain now? Boss spit out a mouthful of saliva and took out a kiba stick to hold it, and rubbed his nose with the flow of his wish. Don't you want Xiaoyi to hand over ninjutsu? Don't you want the young master to hand over his secret skills? Pay it again, it won't kill you. I want to force Lao Su to work hard for you and live your spring and autumn dreams. One middle finger is not enough to hold 2, and the gleams of both hands are raised high, and they are fiercely competing against the roof of the battle. Don't die, now see if you're still dead. Brother Liamong. Hinata. Doubt turned to stare at the young secretary who was screaming, and then glanced at the stunned sheep sister. The gangster smiled awkwardly. Then what? Don't worry, I'm normal. I think you should go to the hospital. Mitarashi Anko had a rare joking thought. Covered his forehead. Sister Anko, are you being naughty again? Why would a healthy person like me go to the hospital to molest the nurse sister? If you have a seed, you can go. With a snort, he pulled Hinata to his side, and Mitarashi Anko sighed as he looked at the battlefield. The wind was blowing, and Senju Hashirama was suddenly sad. For Konoha, for Sarutobi, for Senju, for Uzumaki, the war that can never be stopped, the madness that no world can avoid, is this human nature. The long-term persistence was lost in one move, and the original Hokage was angry. Everyone who shouldn't have died and everyone who shouldn't have died, so what are you still doing? It's even more terrifying for honest people to get angry, and the drama directed by Lu Mang has finally reached its peak. Mokuden, wood style, mystic world of trees wall. The crackling tiles and bricks smashed into the four directions like raindrops, and the small saplings that rose from the ground quickly grew into towering green onions, lush branches and leaves, and thick tree poles, endlessly popping up. What is that? Run! Spiritualism Monkey King. Biting the thumb of the right hand and quickly swiping to the palm of the left hand, the palm slapped the clouds and mist on the ground, bang. He jumped out of a 2-meter-high white-haired, golden-eyed gorilla, with burnt tiger skin and pointed mouth and peach cheeks. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. But anyone in the know knows how terrifying this old monkey is. Sarutobi, what's going on? Let's become a wishful golden hoop. Without a word of explanation, he gave an order directly, and the ape demon who glanced at the first Hokage silently turned into a weapon. Shoulders and a strong suit in black, the 3 generations of Hokage rumbled and swept away the giant tree that came up. Aren't you going to help? Sharingan squeaked and tilted his head in a circle. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with a dignified face. I have no reason to do it. Looking at the battlefield sadly, Jiraiya really has no motivation at all. Orochimaru is now fighting against the old man, he will definitely shoot. But today's old man is no longer Hokage. He has done too many wrong things in his life. This is what he deserves. Why did Orochimaru betray the village and run away? Why did Tsunade Hime leave sadly? And why did he travel all over the world? Is it really to find the child of destiny? In fact, Jiraiya has always kept a word in his heart, what he doesn't believe in is destiny. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon, fire bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out endless flames as his chest swelled up full of chakra. Jin Yuhi's orange-yellow boiling rushed towards the green, and all the burning trees turned to scorched earth, but before people could marvel at it, new trees grew again. As long as the chakra is not depleted, the world of trees wall will never be breached. How did the forest around Konoha come? Ask Senju Hashirama to go. Sarutobi. A complicated shout blurted out, and the original Hokage, who almost turned the entire Konoha into a virgin forest, raised his fist. One punch. Just one punch. With just one punch, the 3-generation-old man with the Rui golden hoop was smashed far away. The name Shinobu is a joke. What is the strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen will Hiraishin. What he can only know is ordinary ninjutsu. What's the point of knowing more of those things? When there are no heroes, Shuzi became famous. 3 generations of Hokage are made by 8 colors. What does he have? The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing the original Hokage, all falsehoods will be destroyed. If the balloon is blown too round, it will explode. Master. Don't call me master again, you don't have the qualifications. Flying kicked the 3-generation-old man who was in a state of embarrassment again, and Senju Hashirama, who was walking forward, was full of murderous aura. Are you reluctant to start? It was so boring. Looking at the battlefield through Wangyuanjing, Liamong was in that contemptuous effort, and suddenly there were 2 more people in front of him. One big and one small, the blonde hair is flying, and the tailored Yushin robes have Yuhi patterns on the white background. What is Namikaze Minato doing here? Lang Lang left the binoculars and smacked his lips. Liamong suddenly had a panic of playing with fire. What? There is someone in this place. The new books of, for collection, and, for monthly pass, are on the shelves. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you from the cloud. Shoot at me, the more the better. Text chapter 50_Yifei, Yi Luo, the lonely soul watching over the sand. Thank you. Haha, you are too polite. Raising his right hand and scratching the melon, although he was reluctant to admit it, what I have to say is that Namikaze Minato deserves to be a man full of affinity. Even as an opponent, he would not make any deliberately demeaning evaluations of him. Although this guy is a bit more slutty and less masculine. But at the same time, there is an inexplicable contagion. Looking at him, it was like being in the drizzle of Hefeng. Young master has to stay away from him. I'm a jerk, I'm a badass. Muttering to himself, he narrowed his eyes. Liamong was indeed a little frightened. What he aimed at: if this guy shaved his head to become a monk, there might be no one in the world, and he would have to fool him into the temple. That he didn't dare to think about it, and just as Liuman was thinking about how to get out, Anko suddenly greeted, "Minato. Little Anko, you've grown up." He smiled and slapped his hand, gently rubbing his blue-purple hair, and the fourth Hokage pushed Naruto out. Pingsu Jong Kiba, the stinky boy who never stopped dancing his claws, has now become a good baby, and he has become a boring gourd without saying a word. "Can you lend it to me?" Minato suddenly pointed to the telescope next to him. "Ah, just please, I still have it here." As soon as he blurted out, he sweated, and the longer he stayed with Minato, the more Liamong had the idea of smearing oil on the soles of his feet. This man is so terrifying, it's hard to say anything. Could this be the aura of the protagonist, the aura of affinity? What he aimed at, it was unscientific. Took 2 steps and hugged Hinata into his arms. If he hadn't known that Minato and Kushina had a solid relationship, Liamong would have been afraid that this guy would abduct his woman away. "In the future, you must stay away from this man, the farther the better." The 3 monoculars were unfolded side by side, and the tools originally prepared for Hinata Anko were taken by Minato Naruto. Looking through the lens, the original Hokage stood silently in front of the kneeling Sarutobi, waiting for his answer, even if it was a deceptive sentence. But no. Facing the questioning eyes of the original Hokage, the 3-generation-old man didn't even have the courage to tell the truth, and he could only be silent. The north wind blew, the grass fell, and Hashirama, who had not heard back for a long time, closed her eyes. Chakra stirred, and the dancing trees soared into the sky. "Master!" An exclamation suddenly raised his head, and suddenly pulled out the 3 generations of Kuei's old man to tears. "Everything is the fault of the disciples, please let them go, please." With a muffled sound, Kuuji, who was trying his best to pierce into his chest, was unable to stop, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was coughing and spitting blood, slammed his head down. The shattered tiles of Gaba flew around, and the Konoha ninja onlookers turned their eyes away, feeling complicated and difficult to understand. In the face of such an old man, they couldn't hate him no matter what. Including Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi and the Konoha elite whose father died in vain, their feelings for the 3 generations of Hokage are really difficult to express. Liamong revealed the past and made them hate the 3-generation-old man. But seeing this scene now, who else can hate it? "What's the trouble with you?" Slowly opening his eyes and looking down at his feet, the old Sarutobi smiled. Please, let go of Konoha. For the sake of the past, let go of the village, the villagers are the villagers. Innocent." After saying a word, he stumbled and fell, and the 3-generation-old man who turned over was full of expectations. At the last moment of his life, he dedicated everything to the village. "The people of Konoha are part of my body, the villagers believe in me and I believe in them, that's Hokage. Sarutobi, you have to protect and love this village, you have to trust the people in the village, and pass on that belief. From tomorrow on it's Hokage." The words that the first and second generations once said echoed in his ears, and the old man Sarutobi, whose life was gradually fading, slowly closed his old eyes full of tears. No matter what he has done wrong in the past, at this last moment, he is worthy of the name of Hokage. Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. The true power of ninjas is revealed when they want to protect those they hold most dear. Senju. Uchiha. 8 colors. Master, the disciple knows it is wrong. Passing away in tears with boundless remorse, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suicide meant the end of yet another era. Leave, or die. Thunder and a roar, and Senju Hashirama, whose Yuhi-colored battle armor was turbulent without wind, raised his head. By Orochimaru, who dared not run away, and the ninja from Sunagakure village who had betrayed the alliance treaty, one of them threw off his legs and used his hands and feet to escape into the distance. Damn it, run for the uncle. Gaara, who felt relaxed for the first time since birth, walked out of the sandball with a strange smile, and Shukaku, who had retracted all the chakras back into the seal, was going crazy. This damn person, what does Jinchuiki column want to do? That is Senju Hashirama, known as the legend of the god of ninjas, and the existence of the six paths. In front of him, even the stinky fox of Kyubi, Nine Tails, had to bow his head and admit defeat, not to mention it. Shukaku will never forget why he and 8 other hapless people ended up where they are today. All of this is the product of the man on the roof. Didn't you see all the other ninjas running away? What are you fucking idiots still doing here? Don't drag Lao Su even if you are courting death. Mom. A mentally ill person will never understand. Senju Hashirama, who scared away countless ninjas in a single sentence and 5 words, was attacked in a blink of an eye. Do not. It should not be said that it was a sneak attack, it should be said that it was an attack with open fire. The spear of Shukaku. Gaara, who couldn't even sleep in the past, squeezed Shukaku for the first time. Damn monster, come out and fight for me. Mom, I want mom. Bravely confronting the god of ninjas, the confused red panda finally found the target of beheading. Kill him, kill the man who scares you, and prove your existence to mom. Mom, I want mom. Yuhi's metal spear was thrown out, and Gaara, who was roaring in the sky, covered his face tightly. Hearing the strange noise coming from behind, several ninjas who turned back were all scared to pee, especially those guys from Sunagakur village, who had the urge to scold their mothers. Don't drag us if you want to die. It's up to you. Do you know who it is? When the body is injured, it bleeds and it looks painful. But the pain will heal over time, and if you take medicine, it will heal faster. But the heart is not so easy to heal, it is not like the body. There are so many injuries that can be cured, and some even last a lifetime. Quote. Gaara, Shira who only loves himself, Shira who only fights for himself, your mother never loved you. Why did they treat me like that? The hysterical madness, the round and bloodshot eyeballs, the 2 red pandas with black eye circles, stared at Senju Hashirama with venomous venom. It's this damn man who invented the Jinchuriki column force. Kill him. I'm going to kill him. Recalling the feelings buried in the bottom of my heart, remembering the bits and pieces of life when I was a child, Gaara is completely crazy. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. One tail shrunk in the seal suddenly felt like the sky was falling and the earth was breaking and the water was flowing backwards. God damn it, let's die together. The explosion erupted, and the yellow sand filled the sky straight towards Shaohan, and the first Hokage, who grabbed the spear of Shukaku with one hand, was expressionless. Is it really right to distribute tailed beasts to various countries? Maybe then, he should end it all. What I heard and witnessed today had a deep blow to Hashirama's original persistence. Time will prove everything, and now time has proved that the peace he achieved back then was nothing but an illusion. Perhaps, there is no eternal peace in the world. As long as there are people in this world, the struggle will continue endlessly. Kill him. Half bodies sticking out their heads, the mad Gaara and Shukaku looked at the roof at the same time. Futon, wind style, infinite dust datapa, great breakthrough. Rain in sand. The combination of the two combined ninja, the giant wind bomb mixed with countless sand and dust in the gust of wind slammed into the roof. Senju Hashirama, who was thinking, moved the corner of his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand, and a giant tree stood up. Unlike ordinary trees that grow in nature, the tree poles summoned by Mokuton, wood style, have the ability to absorb chakra. As long as the caster is willing, he can absorb the enemy's chakra completely, which is the fundamental reason why the first Hokage can suppress the tailed beast. Be honest with me. Pressing down with one hand, countless giant trees were entangled, and the giant civet cat, which was still arrogant just now, was tied into a big brown in a blink of an eye. The violet pattern flowing all over the body, the dark golden pupil of the cross star, stared at the man who ignored it helplessly and indignantly. Why don't I even have the ability to resist at all? Am I really that bad? Struggling, roaring, and unwilling, Shukaku, who had no choice but to retreat, turned into yellow sand and hid in Gaara's body again. The red panda, covering its head crazily, sat in a wooden cage and looked up at the sky alone. Countless days and nights of thinking, countless days and nights of wandering, Yashimaru's two different narratives, became the whole of his life. Bringing up Ku Wumeng and stabbing in the chest, Huang Shajian, who is standing in the middle of the road, looks like King Kong. Are they the guardian of mother or a curse? The confused one-tailed man Jinchuiki column closed his eyes and seemed to see a woman in a trance. With an indistinct face, a look that seems gentle and resentful. Who is she? Is she a mother? Gaara suddenly woke up and slowly raised his head. Senju Hashirama's tall figure stood in front of him. Let him go. The chapters, ask for collection, and ask for a monthly pass, are very satisfactory. Brothers and sisters, please support me. If you have any comments, please leave a message. Text Chapter 51_ The Lost Legend, the warm wind that melts the ice. Please let him go, he is just a child. Heihei168.com. Take good care of your brother, you see, he is naughty again. Tamari stood firmly in front of Gaara with the warm eyes of her mother before her death. Facing the god of ninjas, Hao opened his arms without hesitation. The sun was shining, and the slender shadow was hanging down in front of him. The little panda was stunned, dumbfounded, and froze there. Yishi remembered that in the depths of her distant memory, there was a figure who had done the same thing. Yashimaru, Tamari, an uncle, a sister, the figures of the two seemed to gradually overlap. Why did she block in front? Didn't everyone in the village want him to die? Including the 4 generations of Kazekage, isn't that so-called father, all 10 want him to die? Since they all want me to die, why stop in front of me? Why? 10,000 reasons circling his mind, Gaara was at a loss. You want to protect him. Tamari, who seemed to have exhausted all her strength, was sweating in cold sweat, but no matter how hard she shivered, she did not collapse. Senju Hashirama fixed his gaze silently, and asked coldly, what makes you have the courage to face me alone? You should know that you don't have the strength. Ninjas shouldn't do things that they know they want to die, it doesn't make any sense. I am a ninja, but I am also his sister. At first, there were some difficult words, but at the end, he shouted out. Tamari turned his head silently after shouting, just like his mother once did, looking at Gaara tenderly, I'm sorry, my sister didn't keep my mother's agreement, I hope you forgive me. Drop after drop of tears fell to the tiles. Tamari, who looked back, bravely faced the god of ninjas, and copied the Samsung fan in his hand. She knew she was going to die in a battle, but she still had to guard it until the last moment. A girl as brilliant as Chuju would use her life to fulfill her mother's entrustment. Unexpected. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and gently twisted a piece of dry yellow that had stuck to Tamari's hair for some time. I didn't expect that the will of fire would also be ignited outside the village. A girl full of love in your heart, I hope you will never forget your persistence today. Little guy, you should be lucky. Because you have someone who is willing to protect you with your life. Your sister. First, he glanced at Tamari in admiration, and then said Gaara in consolation. Senju Hashirama, who turned and left, has no more nostalgia. Interesting academy. With a click, the numbered ninja forehead will remain in Konoha forever, and with it, there is also the legend that belonged to the original Hokage. Starting today, the hidden village of Konoha, the land of fire, and the original Hokage have been removed. Why did he just leave like this? The drama that he personally directed ended unexpectedly. Lu Meng squeezed his chin frantically, and suddenly reacted. He ain't. Senju Hashirama is gone, what am I doing here? No, I have to go too. Anko, Hinata, hurry up and pack up. Forget it, there's nothing left anyway, let's leave immediately. Boss, are you leaving? Standing beside his father and turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Seeing the reluctant expression on this kid's face, Lu Meng wished he could just kick him to death. Your sister, I knew I couldn't get along with you. Are you going to defect? Namikaze Minato's smiling face showed no dissatisfaction, but Liamong was frantically sweating. Aha. Don't say it's so ugly. What is defecting? I call it travel. Yes, it's called traveling, just like your lecherous master. Maybe one day you will swim back. The nonsense went on and on. Lu Meng secretly said in his heart, come back, go back to your sister. Go back. As long as you leave here, the young master will let the birds fly away from the sky he is aiming at, and the fool will come back to receive the fuss. Namikaze Minato watched Liamong quietly for a moment, then suddenly pressed Naruto's head. Can you help me take care of him? Dad turned back in astonishment, staring straight at the fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. You want him to come with me? Zhang Tong pointed at Naruto. Lu Meng cursed in his heart. Take this kid away, he is aiming, isn't this what he can't find for himself? God knows what kind of trouble this idiot with a broken head will cause, besides his troublesome identity will be gone. If he doesn't know, that's all. The bastard who knows what Akatsuki is up to, doesn't want to tie a time bomb around him. Seemed to see the reluctance in Liamong's heart, sighed, just take care of it for a while, I still have things to do. Dad, what are you doing? Minato, who patted Naruto's shoulder vigorously, blinked without a trace. Dad. Damn it, Minato, you can't do this, you're aiming at a scumbag. He jumped and shouted again, unable to call back the four-generation Hokage's fluffy Sparta. Can people do things like this? Are you eating, Mr. Ding? Namikaze Minato, you are ruthless. Holding up his middle finger high, he looked at Naruto with a headache. Liamong really didn't want to take this kid away. Will you come with me? Boss, I hesitantly looked back at the village. Uzumaki Naruto really didn't know how to answer. The homeland is hard to leave. Is this place full of various memories about to leave? Facing the fear of the unknown, the 12-year-old boy was lost. The breeze that rolled up the green leaves blew across the rocky mountain, and Naruto Uzumaki suddenly raised his head. I want to stay. Have you made up your mind? With a firm nod of his head and a bright smile, Naruto pleaded expectantly, otherwise, boss, you should stay too. Stay while you die. Don't say anything about Byakugan, it's enough to be a fool yourself, don't think about being stupid with others. If Lu Meng, who is directing the big play by himself, stays in Konoha, it is not called courting death, it is called death-defying. If you want to stay, go to Jiraiya, he is your father's master. With him, your safety should be no problem. The lecherous fairy. That's the guy. He waved his hand without taking away a cloud, and finally glanced at Konoha's livid as he hugged Hinata away from Hokage Rock, slicing as he passed the bushes. When will this guy get rid of his voyeurism? Isn't he disgusting? Jiraiya, who jumped from the tree and touched her nose, raised her middle finger as a farewell. What an unlovable kid, what did he know? Little bastard, where are we going? Facing the setting sun, he let out a long breath, and Mitarashi Anko looked into the distance. Go to Uncle Snake's place for 2 days and see if you can invite the great Buddha back. If you want to live comfortably these days, it's better to get a few strong people to stay safe, or you won't know how to die in the future. Who are you going to invite? Tsunadiheim. After calculating the grandfather and then the granddaughter, Liamong planned it long ago when he decided to do this. Senju Tsunade is different from ordinary people. He can really fool around. Not only is his life guaranteed, but he also has support behind him. The Senju family escaped from the world, but as long as Tsunade was there, they were not afraid that they would not give assistance at the critical moment. Holding your thighs is always the best way to survive. Since you want to hold them, find the thickest one. Let's go. After holding Hinata and throwing feather weaving, he walked away in a dignified manner, but left behind a problem that resisted a lot of people. Shimura Danzo, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado are missing, and the roots are suspected to be destroyed by the second-generation Hokage and turned into a sea. Not long after the village of Sunagakure, the Land of Winds, raised the white flag and surrendered, the fourth Kazekage of the frontier was found tragically dead on the way to Konoha. The troubled Sunagakure village, the third generation of Kazekage, is lost. It is unclear whether the fourth generation of Kazekage has died, and the 5 major villages have lost their lives. However, a tree can't live without its bark, and people are invincible. Judging from the thick skin that ninjas are used to, they are not afraid of being embarrassed. The only troublesome thing now is how to choose the 5th generation Kazekage. Due to the suspicion of the name of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure village has always been short of supplies, and even fewer people can use it in Gaara's generation. Choosing who to choose as Kazekage has become the #1 problem that Sunagakure needs to solve urgently. Ebizo, Chio, the 2 coffins were so worried they almost pulled their heads off. Why do you want to save me? Back in the village and sitting at the head of the bed, Gaara clasped her knees and looked at Temari, who was standing at the door. Because I'm your sister. The tenderness turned into a sigh, and the girl's warmth melted into ice. Does Mom really love me? She reached out and raised a piece of yellow sand and rolled it over the photos on the table. Gaara carefully wiped and wiped, for fear of damaging a single bit of it. Temari, who sat down beside him, tentatively stretched out his hand, and finally hugged Gaara firmly. Feeling the temperature on his shoulders, the corners of the red panda's eyes became wet. Tick-tock tears fell to the frame, and the blurred woman seemed to be smiling. Mother has always loved you deeply. Before she left, she asked me to take good care of you when you grew up. It's just that. Not to mention the next words, Gaara also understands that, combined with the inconsistent performance of Yashimaru, all clues point to the 4th generation of Kazekage. The little panda had a lot of things to ask about the so-called father, but unfortunately he died, and he didn't even know who died. Although all the evidence points to Orochimaru, it is still unclear who really died in the hands. Who cares? The 4th generation of Kazecage's reputation in the village is not good, and the reason why the big guys respect him is just because of his strength. Since the 3rd generation of Kazekage disappeared for no reason, the glory of Kazekage in Sunagakure village has faded to the extreme, and it is rarely admired as before. Who is the 5th generation of Kazekage and what does it have to do with them? But things are often so unexpected. In order to prevent the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind from taking the opportunity to attack, reduce the funds again to reduce the number of ninjas, and also to save the face lost in this Chunin exam and ensure the detached status of the 5 hidden villages, the round table led by Ebizo Chio finally made a decision. Gaara, from today onwards, you are. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass, is the 3rd bullet in the 5 consecutive rounds. Please support your friends. If you have the monthly ticket shells in your hand, please smash them. Yun Yun said, shoot at me. Text chapter 52_Jiraiya, SIQ in the turmoil of the ninja world. Red Panda became the 5th generation of Kazekage spread all over the ninja world, and even the waves did not splash. While many ninjas are amazed that Sunagakure village is pushing the young Jinchuriki column to the fore, what happened to Konoha earlier is more noteworthy than that. Country of Earth, and Kumogakure, the country of thunder, have started to think. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoki, and the 4th generation, Reikage, couldn't close their mouths. 3rd generation of Tsuchikage was overexcited, and accidentally slipped his waist and was admitted to the hospital. The 4th generation of Reikage smashed 8 tables and almost drove Azabui out of anger. Lord Reikage, if you do this again, you won't have enough money for this month. Okay, I get it. There was a loud boom, and he looked down at the fist that slammed into the table, and the 4th generation Reikage twitched in embarrassment. 1. The last one. You die for me, my mother quit. I want to resign. Angrily, he threw the folder he was holding in his arms, and the beautiful secretary with dark skin and slightly wine-colored Yuhi became furious. Which table is this, the 7th or the 8th? What does this damn, nasty, grumpy old bastard want to do? Why didn't he just tear down the entire Kumogakure village together? 00, Mabuyi, listen to me, calm down, be calm, don't be impulsive. I'm going to slap you. A violent knee knock overturned the 4th generation Reikage, and the beautiful secretary with gray-white hair flung off her high heels and walked towards the door. Was a muffled sound, and the Reikage office, which had changed 8 desks, needed a new door. Reikage, who fell to the ground, twitched for a long time, and it took a long while to regain his breath. No, what if Mabuyi leaves? The secretary has something to do, nothing to cough. I have to get her back quickly. The 4th generation Reikage, who didn't want to bury himself in the pile of documents, rushed out of the collapsed door as a streamer and looked for the secretary in a hurry. The Iwagakure village hospital of the land of Earth, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, Yo, was lying on the head of the bed. He was not tall, but he had a big Yuhi nose, and he was aiming for rosacea. On the nose of a child's fist, there is either a pit or a ridge. The bastard-like mung-bean eyes are squinted together, the eyebrows are creased, and the goatee under his jaw is as funny and funny. This old man was born with him. Aiming is a joy. I said, Grandpa, can't you be more calm? The little hand squeezed the old waist, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who almost jumped up, raised his throat. Take it easy, my little ancestor. I'll see if you dare next time. As he said, he pressed again, and Kurathashi puffed out his cheeks angrily. Tsuchikage hissing and gasping for breath quickly accompanies him with a smile. My granddaughter, isn't Grandpa happy? That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen actually walked in front of me. That's really hissing, that's really fun. I'll keep you entertained, and I'll keep you entertained again. Gaba Gaba, S2 little hands pressed down hard, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who kicked his legs in an instant, widened his mung-bean eyes, and kicked his legs like a toad. My little ancestor, take it easy. Do you know what's wrong? Got it. Isn't it enough yet? Are you addicted? But it's addicting. Will you give me twice my pocket money next month? Good. And the overexcited Kuratsuchi bit his small fist. Grandpa, I really didn't mean it. Doctor, call the doctor. Lord Tsuchikage has passed out. The white Dr. Angel rushing over, pinching people and pressing on the chest. After tossing for a long time, the 2-day scale Onoki finally woke up and turned around. His cheeks twitched and stared at the tearful granddaughter of the bedside, just about to say after 2 words of comfort. Kuratsuchi, who found him awake, rushed up. Grandpa, don't you blame me. I don't want pocket money anymore. Don't blame me. Granddaughter really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. Believe me. I really didn't mean it. You. Grandpa, you don't blame me anymore. Really don't blame me. Me. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Without taking a breath, Tsuchikage passed out, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, who had more air in and out less, moved into the emergency room again. The medical ninja standing outside stared at Kuratsuchi for a long time, opening and closing his mouth for a long time. How did that grandfather pass out? Carefully raising his hands behind his back, Kurathashi dazzled. The medical ninja reluctantly spit out the truth. Not much, just 2 words of hypoxia. Hypoxia. An instant, Kuratsuchi, who was so big, clenched his little fist fiercely. Grandpa, I really didn't mean to. The crowing crows dragged the black line across the sky. Let's say goodbye to the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage. Oil Nala. Goodbye. In vain. The shocking scandal of the hidden village of Konoha, the country of fire, spreads all over the world. Small hidden village is watching the play, while big hidden village is watching. The village of Kurigakure is helpless and is in a period of weakness. Sunagakure village has just been defeated, and also has no strength to fight again. Kumogakure Iwagakure is capable, but unfortunately the 2 heads, the 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage have problems. One is in a hurry to find a secretary, and the other is in a hospital because of his granddaughter. And wait until they return to discuss. Of course, these are all smoke bombs released on the bright side, but now everyone's eyes are on a Megakure village. Six Paths Fairy Rinnegan, Lu Mang, this gangster who eats people's food and doesn't take shit, talks about people and doesn't handle people's affairs, really hurts people. Uzumaki Nagato has his heart to kill him now. How many times has this been? The Rain Tiger Freedom technique spread throughout the village, constantly monitoring the movements of the enemy. In less than a week, hundreds of spies were dealt with in the village. Sunagakure, S. Kumogakure, S. Iwagakure, S. Kurigakure, S. Kusakuras, Takigakure, S. and even Konoha, S. got his footing. What did these hidden villages want to do? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Nagato still wasn't sure that these guys really came for Rinnegan. Who gave them the guts? When a man who claims to be a god gets angry, the 2 rows of crosses outside a Megakure village are the answer. All the butterflies who sneak into the village, 1 counts as 1, all hang on it. Good entrance die. A stone tablet depicting the lives of hundreds of spies stands at the entrance of the village. When the rain drenches, it seems that bloody souls are swimming. In fact, there were hundreds of unjust souls sealed inside that steel. They were not other people, but those unlucky spies. Jiraiya, Konoha's power has been reduced to a certain level. At this level, a new major crisis is likely to break out, and neighboring countries may launch strategic actions at any time. So we decided to restore power in the village. In the past, elites were mobilized from various ministries to form an emergency executive committee to deal with emergencies. Quote, "You guys want to set up a new department again? You don't need to tell me about this." She sneered and pouted her back against the door. Jiraiya was not stupid enough to be used as a gunman. These 2 immortal guys actually ran away with the daimyo. What face did they have to go back to Konoha? Homura Mitokado saw the irony on Jiraiya's face, an old face that was Yuhi in purple and blue and white, anything. Kaharu Udatane, who also had a green face next to him, coughed. Forget about the previous things. Now there are incentives to cause wars everywhere, not only Orochimaru. Jiraiya, listen to me, no matter what you think of me and Menyon, we all have one thing to tell you. Right now the village desperately needs a strong leader to trust, and we need a 5th-generation Hokage. Quote, "Oh, this thing. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you can't refuse this matter. At the daimyo meeting in the Land of Fire held yesterday, we have decided that you will be the one." "You decide what I'm going to do, why?" Extreme disdain tilting her head, Jiraiya hates these 2 old guys very much, very, very hateful. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado went berserk. "Why, just because you're a ninja in Konoha, don't you want to sit back and watch?" "I just sit back and watch. I remember that I seem to have participated in the battle this time, but the 2 of them asked what they did. What qualifications do you have to decide the Hokage candidate? You have decided, you decided to fight for it." Tit for tat, Jiraiya of course knows who is standing behind these 2 old guys, and he has witnessed the battle between the 2 jades with his own eyes. Because of this, he didn't want the big name to raise his head strongly. This is like a scale, one end is strong and the other end is weak, but the trouble is that no one can do without the other. Daimyo needs Konoha's fighting power to escort him, and Konoha needs the financial and material resources provided by the daimyo to survive and develop. The 2 are mutually dependent and mutually exclusive, and it is difficult to find a balance in the middle. I really have to listen to the words of these 2 old guys in this incident, and there will be more troubles in the future. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado couldn't see it hard, and immediately turned soft words. "Jiraiya, the name of this matter has been decided. If you are not suitable for being Sannin, who else is suitable? Since Sannin was mentioned, there should be someone else. Whoever plays Jiraiya as a fool is a real fool. The old pervert who dug a hole and buried the 2 consultants in it, stepped on it. No, you don't know what Konoha just went through. Tsunade must not be the 5th-generation Hokage." The wrinkled old face twitched fiercely. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, unless they are crazy, they will never let the Senju clan again superior. The first Hokage's dismissal of the third-generation Hokage has just come to an end. At this time, if Tsunade Hime returns to serve as the fifth-generation Hokage, his prestige will surely reach its peak. Did they still have a good life in the village? This is absolutely impossible. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, there is still the last chapter at 7 o'clock. 5 more. Text chapter 53 _ The lecherous fairy will enter the snake's nest with the rogue leader who travels far away. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, disagreed with Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation as early as Jiraiya's expectations. Of course, the lecherous immortal who waved his hoe to dig and bury people has his own set of views. Interesting Academy is the first release, and this statement is still very reasonable. It is because the first Hokage ousted 3 generations of old men that we have to get back Tsunade. Because only in this way can Konoha truly stabilize people's hearts. This. And Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was speechless. What Jiraiya said is too reasonable, they just can't find an argument against it. The benefits of Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation are obvious. As long as she is willing to come back, it will create an illusion to other countries that the Senju clan still supports Konoha. With the prestige of the first Hokage standing there, no one on the mainland dares to provoke Konoha easily. When they confirm the truth, the village should also overcome the difficulties. Will she come back? Reluctantly pulling down his old face, Kaharu Udatane nearly vomited blood in disgust. Jiraiya smiled smugly. Don't worry, you two, I will definitely get her back. Compared to me who has no motivation at all, Tsunade, who is smart, is more suitable for Hokage. And a black line appeared on his forehead, and Homura Mitokado cursed inwardly. This is probably the real reason. I understand that we will report your proposal to the daimyo as soon as possible, but we will send 3 Anbu to form a search team with you. Aha, I won't run away. Since you sent Anbu, I'm going to take one as well. Who? Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya said without any leeway. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado got angry. No, at this time Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force must stay in the village. This is Minato's decision. Jiraiya asked righteously, slowly raising his chin to stare at the 2 old guys. You want to disobey Hokage's orders. He's dead. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado's face was heavy. Jiraiya raised her chin and smiled, but, now he's back. That's the forbidden technique performed by Orochimaru. We can't take orders from a dead man. There's something wrong with what you said. That's the technique of the second generation Hokage-sama, and they were not manipulated by anyone. Jiraiya. They can't go on without understanding. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado understands that they are completely untenable in this matter. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The lecherous immortal scorned the 2 old men, and his robes flew away with a murderous aura. I said, I'm going to take Naruto Uzumaki away. You just spit out a word and can't say a second sentence. Minion Kaharu is really old. Being in a high position for a long time has been corroded by power, and they no longer have the courage of their youth. To do it with Jiraiya. They know their energy well in the face of the lecherous fairy with the name of Sanin Madman. If 20 years younger. Okay, you can go and choose your Anbu. I'm going to take Naruto away now and keep those stinky mice away from me. The village that didn't want to stay for a moment, Jiraiya said that he would leave without any regrets. At the same time, the Liamong group also strolled into the snake nest. Senior Kabuto, the place where you live is too bad, right? The gangster put his mouth behind his ears and pointed to various places, and the gangster hugged Hinata and complained, look at this wax, what age is it? It can't even light the lights. Are you going to get up? There is still this way, oh the high sellers, even if you don't get some bluestone slabs, don't fool you with yuhi bricks. The already gloomy place like a latrine is still full of color. People are white and black. You guys yuhi with yellow, dark yuhi with natural yellow, shit mixed with sulfur. Quote. Enough. Are you finished? He pushed his glasses angrily, wishing he could strangle the boy in front of him to death. Yakushi Kabuto didn't listen to anything else along the way, and only listened to the liamong in his ears. It's not that this stronghold looks too much like a thatched hut, it's just that that stronghold is too bad like a cesspool, and I have never said a good word for a few days. You can leave if you don't want to come. Who invited you? My heart twitched, and I finally smiled at the dead man's angry face. That's right, don't keep smirking like a spy, you don't know that makes people look very uncomfortable. Then are you comfortable now? Yeah, nodding vigorously, he replied in a maddening manner, putting your own happiness on the pain of others is the greatest enjoyment in my life. You, is hysterical and maddening. If it wasn't for the bottom line, Yakushi Kabuto really wanted to get out of the way. Just when Liamong was about to kill his popularity, the gloomy corridor with ghosts finally came to an end. As soon as he entered the door, Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice rang out, "Damn boy, do you really dare to come? Uncle Snake, what's so daring?" Dang Dang closed the door, shut out Yakushi Kabuto who wanted to follow up, and blocked the door with the gleaming gleam of a thick-backed boss chair. Hinata is sitting on the left hand, Enko is sitting on the right hand, and Orochimaru is sitting facing the door. When you got the death mask, did you find the sealing technique left by the Uzumaki clan? Why are you asking this? Exchange. He snapped his fingers and spread his palms, revealing the 5-colored small crystal blocks, and narrowed his eyes. Purple-black, bright yuhi, aqua blue, light white, transparent 5-color crystals across the air. Orochimaru, who reached out to catch it, stood upright, with a long forked fishy yuhi tongue, and exclaimed, "What an amazing baby, I didn't expect such a pure energy body in the world, where did you get it?" "I made it." With a muffled thud, Orochimaru, who fell into the ground, turned into mud, and slowly rose up in front of him. "You made it?" The question obviously with strong suspicion came into my ears, and Lu Meng was immediately unhappy. "Why, don't believe it." "It's not unbelief, it's unbelievable. At your age, it is impossible to make such a thing. Even the ancestors of the country of craftsmen have never created such a miracle." "Hee, age, Uncle Snake, I didn't expect that words like this would come out of your mouth. If age is useful, what does genius do?" "You're right, I was the one who made a blunder." Yuhi's long tongue stuck out and licked his lips, and Orochimaru stared at Liumen as if he was looking at his prey. The gangster started fighting haha without fear at all. My lord is naturally insulated from chakra, and he practices martial arts. If you take this body, it will have no effect, but it will abolish all abilities. Sister Anko, you don't like it. Sister Hinata is good, but she can't compare to Sasuke. Uncle Snake, we don't need to play such childish tricks. Damn boy, you know so much more. Of course, it's like the thing you're wearing. He pointed out the ring on Orochimaru's left tail finger, and Liamong shook his head. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze to freezing point. Orochimaru with a gloomy complexion returned to his pale face. He returned to his seat in a sullen mood, and spread the 5-colored crystal block in his palm. "How many of these things do you have?" "There's no need for that trouble. As I said, there's no need for temptation between the two of us." He got up and left his seat and walked to the center of the room. His hands slammed on the ground and summoned a strange half-human high machine, with a golden-silver bottom, a smoking black boiler next to it, and a yuhi-colored round winch creaking. "Like scrubbing. Look here." He took out and threw kunai into the spirally interlaced mechanical mouth. Yuhi's yellow and blue 3-color indicator light flashed for a long time, and from the silver-colored tray below, a lot of crystals sprang out, dazzling and dazzling. Liamong rushed up at once. 151, 2520, 3530, I've made a fortune, I've really made a fortune. Usually there is a crit attack that is not fixed once a week, but it can be encountered today. What is the rhythm? Looking at the gloomy and chilling house, Lu Meng has doubts in his heart. Could it be that this dark snake's nest looks like a thatched hut or some kind of paradise? The hole is seen, this blessing. Squat down and pull the small crystal blocks piled up on the ground, and then look at the uncomfortable room. The gangster bit Kiba, took out a gold-made kunai, and threw it in. The rattling sound was turned on, and the wide-eyed Liamong swallowed his saliva, and his two small hands tightly pinched his thighs. Crit. Crit. I need to. I rely on your sister Ami. A hysterical wail resounded through the sky, and Lu Mang grabbed his hair. My money. Young master accompanied Dafa. Wiping his eyes and tears, he stared at the 8 small crystals spit out from the tray, and his heart shattered into 8 petals. 3 Yuhi 5 colorless, your sister, why don't you crit? Isn't this killing people? Damn, you spit out my chakra transmission. He raised his feet high and kicked violently, and the room full of banging noises was full of Liamong and mad figures. Orochimaru sat in his seat and watched silently for a long time, a slight smile flashed in his upside-down golden pupils. This dead boy looks like that idiot. After a frenzy of madness, Liamong drank the fire-fighting orange juice handed over by Hinata, and slammed the disintegrator's feet. Uncle Snake, you have also seen, these crystal blocks are made by this thing. Generally, they are very little. When you are lucky, you will be violent. How about we two make a fortune together? What do you want? Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Today's last update, Chapter 5, Brothers and Sisters, please support me, tomorrow will be the same rhythm. Text Chapter 54 _ The gangster's thinking is the face of the guest. Enough is refreshing. Orochimaru raised his thumb high in front of him, and Orochimaru was happy, and his Liuman was not arrogant. Uzumaki family sealing technique, 2nd generation Hokage Thunder Sword. Keihei168.com. I can copy a copy for you in the front, but not in the back. The things are not in my hands. You can grab it if it's not there. He pouted without any consciousness. Liamong was really speechless. Uncle Snake, don't look at me with the look of a bad guy. The boy has always felt that he has great virtue in the society, even if the living Buddha is in the world, he can't compare to me. So I think, what I want should be mine. No, it is. He, damn boy, I love hearing what you say. Hissing Yuhi's long tongue, Orochimaru suddenly realized that he admired Liamong more and more. If you love to be cheap, you won't suffer, and your face is thick as slag, unless you die halfway. Otherwise, once they grow up, anyone who encounters them will have a headache. Konoha, what a place to be full of geniuses. The characters imprinted in the deep memory flashed across his mind. Orochimaru personally tried the disintegrator, 3 kunai and 2 long swords, and a bunch of them burst out. Colorless. A bright Yuhi. Aqua blue. Purple black. Light white. From the first big storm, Liamong's small mouth can be stuffed into a toad, and later it can be stuffed into a hippopotamus. Uncle Snake, I'll mess with you in the future. He stepped forward and grabbed the old waist, and Liamong hung on Orochimaru's body. How much shit does it take to have such good luck? Thinking about the items that were swallowed up by the decomposing machine in the past, our bastard had a feeling of the sea, and his tears were rushing, and all his yards were water. Uncle Snake, don't say anything. If I had known that your old luck was so good, I would have come to you when I was born. I was moved, I was so moved. Tears, all tears, and more tears. Wipe a piece of clothes with a word, wipe a piece of clothes with a word, even the snot and tears, wiped Orochimaru's chest into a mucus, blew his snot, raised his hand and wiped it again. Hum. Uncle Snake, you. Get out of here. Big-nosed slutty clothes were torn into 2 pieces, and Orochimaru threw Liamong out in a rage. With a bang, the gangster whose nose almost hit the door panel touched his head. Who did I recruit? Who? Go get the thunder sword of the 2nd generation Hokage back. It should now be in the hands of the Konoha traitor Omegakure Jonin Luchinkui. Baidu Interesting Academy. Waved to Yakushi Kabuto as if instructing Mazai. Disgusting finishing Orochimaru's flamboyant. He grabbed the little-faced Hinata of Yuhi, whistled and walked out. Anko, who couldn't bear to look at it, slapped his forehead hard. You're going to smash you. Who am I wrong? Looking left and right, Lu Mang, who stretched his neck and never left his name when he did good deeds, could anger a person alive. Anko, who burst out laughing, glanced at the super spy standing next to him, and Kabuto-senpai, who was leaning against the wall, was black and trembling as if splashed with ink, which made people wonder if he had some incurable disease. Senior, if you are sick, you need to be cured. Get out of here. Bye. Ah woot. Immediately. That Hinata, do you understand what he said? I don't know. He lowered his head shyly and stared at his toes. The little secretary Hinata really didn't know. The ghost knew what kind of bird language Yakushi Kabuto was talking about. The boy who raised his head and looked up at the sky watched for a long time, but he didn't see a single cloud. In addition to soil, he is also soil. After spending his life walking out of the promenade with the old lady's footsteps, Liamong will go away, bah. It's really like fog, rain, and wind. God, you don't tell me in advance how to pee, and he also aims to bring strong kidneys. Knocked on the forehead and fled back to the depths of the cave, the gang leader was very glad that he was the first to rush out, or what would happen if he broke Hinata. Brother, are you alright? It's okay, rest. Originally, I wanted to go out to breathe fresh air, but I was hit by a slap in the face from God. Probing to see the wind and rain outside, thunder and lightning with a panting baby face, our gangster couldn't help but touch his aching head. God, you let summer and winter have the same room, right? How did this kind of ghost weather come about? Hugged Hinata and snuggled up to Anko for a long time. The more I waited for the rain outside, I was helpless. Why is everything going wrong today? Go, let's go back to sleep. Holding a sullen head in one hand, he walked back to the snake nest, found a gangster who kicked the door open, and drove the ninja out directly. What? Don't give. Not to just beat him. With a slap in the face, Lu Mang, who slapped his face vigorously, exhaled a sullen breath. It's much more comfortable now. It rained heavily for 7 days, and it fell incessantly. When the weather finally let go, maggots were almost covering his body. I said, Yakushi Kabuto, where's the thunder god sword that the young master wants? Bang bang slapped in to destroy his life. The super spy who was reading a book stiffly touched the head of the bed, grabbed the watermelon knife and rushed out. You will die for me. Go. 7 days, no matter how long or short. Yakushi Kabuto, who is about to be annoyed to death by the drooping mantle, what he wants to do most now is to hate this nasty, abominable, super invincible that can't be idle all day long. The ghost fell down, chopped it up, and rushed it down the drain. In this life, in the next life, in the next life, in the next life, he doesn't want to see this rambunctious brat again. But the ruthless facts prove that some things in the world are always not so satisfactory. Yakushi Kabuto didn't want to be with Liamong. That was, absolutely, impossible. Because Kimimaro was dying. The first time Lu Mang saw this Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, teenager was on a hospital bed. As the most orthodox Kekkei Genkei owner of the Kagaya family, Kimimaro is undoubtedly powerful, since he helped Orochimaru kill 4 generations of Kazekage. Can be seen. But now, this powerful young man is gradually dying, and even his breathing has to be maintained by an oxygen supply machine, and the whole person is extremely weak. Pale hair, sick skin, and the appearance of coughing up from time to time makes people feel distressed. Who are you? Deadwood Liamong. He walked closer and gently pulled his trembling hand. The gangster didn't know why he and Kimimaro were so close. Maybe some people were born friends. Feeling the kindness conveyed by the people around him, Kimimaro turned his head weakly and wanted to lift the blindfold, but Liumin quickly stopped him. Don't move around, Hinata, come and have a look. Go back and say hello to the little secretary to use the blood test. The gangster needs to confirm something. Look at his internal organs and bone marrow. Byakugan. With both hands on his chest, the hand seal fixed his gaze, and Hinata, whose blue veins were floating, almost fell out of fear. Brother, his body. Let's go out and talk. No, just here. Ahem, I just happened to listen. A weak cough stopped Liamong, and Kimimaro, who knew that his time was short, also wanted to know the answer, so he didn't want to just fall asleep like that. Lightly, he sat back on the edge of the bed. The punk leader understood Kun's insistence. No one wants to die without understanding. Even if they want to die, they must die transparently. Brother, his body is all infected. Liamong squeezed Kimimaro's hand slightly. Your illness is really serious, but it doesn't matter. Just in time we are going to find someone. I believe she will cure you. It's time for Sanin's second, Tsunade, the fat sheep, to set out to find her too. Thank you. Squeaky opened the door. His body stopped for a moment, and Liamong slowly turned back to see a pair of star eyes, 2 dots of Yanyuhi adorned around his eyebrows, coupled with a pale and determined face, giving people a kind of uninhibited freedom. This is a handsome and strong boy, and he is also a strong man with firm beliefs. Looking at him, Liamong only had admiration in his heart. Don't worry, the person we're going to find is Tsunade Haim, the originator of the medical ninja. With her, your illness will be fine. Smiled and pulled up the mask. Kimimaro did not repeat those 2 words. Some things, once said is enough. Repeating it again will only appear shallow and ignorant. Uncle Snake, it seems that you are really the best person to take the blame. The information in his hand was thrown on the table. Lu Meng truly admired those who were the guests. In the absence of conclusive evidence, he just poured dirty water on others. Orochimaru did the right thing when the blind cat hit the dead mouse this time. They were too shameless, right? Sunagakure village took advantage of the death of the 4th generation of Kazekage, and pushed all the faults to Orochimaru, and raised the white flag to Konoha with infinite grievance and remorse. And Konoha didn't say anything too complaining, and readily responded. The 2 hidden villages sang double reeds, and their eyes were reconciled as before, as if the big play staged some time ago had nothing to do with them. Glancing coldly at the information Lu Meng had left on the table, Orochimaru sneered and raised the corners of his mouth, no surprise at all. This kind of practice is too common. For the 5 hidden villages, the day before, a dog's head can be punched out of the head, and a pair of pants can be worn the next day. Jung Kei's face turned faster than his watch. Putting up his trousers and denying the account was as simple as eating and drinking. They can say what they want, and it's you. Why are you in the mood to find Tsunade? As long as I can make the enemy unhappy, I feel happy. One of the 5 watches of, ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, work harder, don't hide those who have a monthly pass, and shoot at me. Text chapter 55 _ It's delicious. Let's say Kaiwei chased the duo into a dead dog. Konoha has been pitted so hard, he won't let it crawl out of the pit again. The head of the interesting academy found out that Jiraiya would go to Tsunade, and Liamong would be called a madman if he didn't do damage. What you want to do is what I'm going to destroy. With a stomach full of bad water, he and Orochimaru set out on the road, where the happy bastard will be unlucky and miserable. Boss, this dish is too salty, please replace it with a new one. Isn't it salty? Picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite, the chubby restaurant owner looked puzzled. Liamong slapped his hand. I said it's salty, it's salty. Brother, quietly pulled the corner of his shirt under the table, and Yuhi, the little secretary of Hinata, fluttered. Without any embarrassment, Lu Meng wondered, don't you like to eat it? It's about to be eaten up. It's important not to let him change a new plate. It's all money. You. With one breath stuck in his chest and his fingers trembling frantically, the restaurant owner almost exploded his heart and lungs. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Your girlfriend likes to eat, but you don't want to spend more money and say it's salty. This is his code. This is his code. What are you doing here, stupid? Why don't you change it for me? Front of the monk scolding the bald donkey. Liamong's behavior is too shameless, so shameless that Orochimaru parted ways the next day, and he didn't want to travel together again. He couldn't afford to lose that person. If others knew that Sanin Lang-kun didn't pay for the bawang meal, he wouldn't need to live anymore. People are shameless and invincible, and Liamong doesn't think there is anything wrong with what he does. Sister Anko, don't you want to eat balls? Come, I'll take you there. He grabbed his arm and rushed towards the vendor. Lu Meng didn't care who it was roasting for him. He grabbed it and stuffed it with Anko. You, what are you doing? What am I doing? Have you paid the protection fee this month? A blast of lightning struck his forehead, leaving Konoha's Liuman as a prince without bees. That's true, you can do whatever you want, and in a blink of an eye, you walk into the rhythm of cutting wires with a kitchen knife, sparks and lightning all the way. Look what? Give me money. Brother, don't be like this, okay. He timidly took out his private money and stuffed it with the street vendor, and Hinata was either accompanying or apologizing. Street vendor saw Hinata like this. He thought he was going to be bullied and immediately pulled up. Was not happy at that time. You are too hard. My girlfriend gives you money and you dare to write. He really owes it to me. Sister Anko, please don't stop me. Today the young master has to let him know why Huar is like this Yuhi. Quote. He picked up the brick and aimed it at the front door. A brick slapped the street vendor with a collapsed nose, closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and fell to the ground. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. What barbecue racks, barbecue curtains, bamboo skewers and skewers are inserted all over the body like lightning rods. Who else? Holding the blood-stained brick in his hand, he stared in all directions, and when he saw Liamong's appearance, the street suddenly fell silent, and then Hula ran away without a shadow. Mitarashi Anko and Hyuga Hinata were shy and almost fell into the ground. Let's look at the gangster again. Okay, expecting this big-faced guy to feel ashamed, it is impossible for the sun to hit the north. Sister Anko, Sister Hinata, we can eat these for free. Rub your hands together and look back and forth. What kind of rhythm is this? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. Eating the free lunch, humming the little song that accompanies him, Liamong's whole body does not tremble except for his feet. I regret it. I shouldn't have come out with this brat. Infinite remorse. She held the 2 sticks of glutinous rice balls. If Mitarashi Anko had known Liamong was like this, she wouldn't have been able to follow him. Sister Anko, brother is actually fine. Don't you have a fever? Reaching out to touch Hinata Yuhi's little head, Mitarashi Anko asserted with certainty. You must have a fever, and you are still confused, or else you would say such nonsense. Sister Anko, my brother is really fine. She shyly lowered her head and held Kabuto's snacks. Although Hinata felt that Liamong was doing something wrong, she was unexpectedly happy. Because no matter what Lu Meng grabs, she is the first consideration. You're really hopeless. Shaking his head frantically, Mitarashi Anko gave up his plan to reason with the girl in love. To reason with such a little girl, she has not yet reached the point of lying in a mental hospital. Huhu took 2 heavy breaths, and the shark, who sat on the ground, wiped away the cold sweat, finally escaped alive. That's because that man doesn't want to chase. It's not that we can really run past him. The same tired, different performance. The man with tears on his face glanced back. Shark's face was cut and he didn't dare to say anything harsh, and he didn't even dare to mention his name, for fear that a single mouth would attract people. Itachi, this place is not normal. At noon, the streets that were supposed to be very lively, a few shreds of paper flew past, and Kisame Hoshigaki immediately frowned. Uchiha Itachi, who was beaten into a dead dog by the 2nd-generation Hokage a few days ago, fled, as if nothing happened, as cold as an iceberg. Let's go in. Hey, can you say a few more words? I almost took my life to accompany you back to the village this time. But speaking of it, it's a pity that such a prosperous village is so ruined. Hey, what are you saying? A word. Even you should have some nostalgia for the village, right? No. I have no attachment to that village at all. The cold and biting words without any emotion are spit out. If there is a choice, Uchiha Itachi would rather not be born in Konoha, even if he becomes an ordinary person. Whether it is a ninja or a family, it is a heavy burden for him. These burdens weighed him down and he would never be able to straighten his back, so he could only pin all his hopes on his younger brother. Sasuke is everything to him. This time there was a major change in Konoha. Itachi originally wanted to take Sasuke away, but he didn't expect to meet the second-generation Hokage. The Uchiha family. Boy, why are you here? The order of the organization to exchange information with Danzo, Itachi and Ghost Shark who crashed into the grave with their heads, two cautious livers. Who is that terrifying guy? Gray Shark asked in a harsh tone. Itachi answered in a more difficult voice, almost word by word, second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Isn't he dead? The eyeballs that slammed to the limit in an instant almost burst, and just hearing the name Ghost Shark was like a scare to death. How can a guy of this level appear here? I want to know too. The roots were destroyed, and the second-generation Hokage with murderous intent was like a sharp arrow. It was as if the two people who were instantly pierced by billions of powerful crossbows finally understood what the gap was. If you don't answer, you're an enemy. If that's the case, let this old man stay here. Sweden, water style, Shui Kingbo. Yeah, hands together, the waves rose, and in the blink of an eye, the water flow that filled the entire ground madly rushed towards the opposite side. Also a ninja of Grandmaster Sweden, water style, Onishima responded immediately. Sweden, water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Kurigakure weirdo who wrapped him and Itachi together and wanted to escape. But before he could do anything, he vomited blood and flew out. Unbelievable resilience. You're holding a large sword shark muscle in your hand. The enemy that was supposed to be beheaded unexpectedly recovered, and Senju Tobirama stared at the broadsword wrapped in bandages. Can't run. The strength gap is too big. Is this the strength of the legendary ninja? Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi. Sharingan, who had quietly turned into a windmill, swerved abruptly, and Uchiha Itachi had a black hand on Senju Tobirama. But in the blink of an eye, the whole person covered his head like crazy, and a line of blood and tears stained Yuhi's surface. Since you are unwilling to answer the questions raised by this old man, and dare to use demonic illusion sneak attack, then let you die under demonic illusion. Demonic illusion dark walk. Hand seal again, and the surrounding space is dark. As the legendary ninja who once seriously wounded Uchiha Izuna to his death, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha had a formidable feud. In order to guard against these guys who rely on the pupil technique to eat, and to make it easier to defeat them, the technique of darkness was born. Demonic illusion that hallucinates vision and robs all light. In the dark world where darkness falls like silk, even powerful people can only be forced to reveal their position. Except for the caster and the person designated by the caste, all the others will become blind. Pupil, go to your sister's pupil. Who can you? Darkness and stared at the empty space. Senju Tobirama felt the fluctuations in the space. Run quickly. With one hand, the two companions who were caught under their armpits turned and disappeared, and Afe with the Uzumaki mask on his head jumped into the torn space. The dazed Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki looked at each other, and the ducks were just running away. They ran for more than 10 days in one breath and dared to stop and rest. That man is horrible. The shark face twitched wildly, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who was wiping the cold sweat again, suddenly found the Liamong group. What are those bastards doing? Itachi, shall we kill them? Just after escaping for his life and eager to vent, the Kurigakure eccentric ruthlessly grabbed the big sword muscle. The battle that was about to start, and it was also found that Lu Mang of the incoming person turned around. Don't get in trouble, that kid isn't easy to deal with. Silver White Wind Warsaw, Star Pincers, two iconic items appeared. Uchiha Itachi immediately recognized who the gangster was. Kisame Hoshigaki questioned in disbelief, isn't that stinky kid not easy to mess with? I can slash him to death with one knife. His name is Deadwood Liamong. Forehead. Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly ticket, the second of the fifth watch. Are you happy, brothers? And you can vote if you are happy. Your support, the power of the cloud. Text chapter 56 _ bad luck 1010 has shark's resentment Itachi's madness. I don't care if his surname is Kuchiki or Hatake. The shark face was madly angry, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who had never walked under the second-generation Hokage, was in urgent need of venting. Baidu Interesting Academy. It doesn't seem to be good anymore. The little fist shoved Hinata away in his arms, and the Lu man who took 2 steps forward gave Enko a wink. Back off, don't run too far, these 2 guys are not easy to deal with. Be careful. Brother. Don't worry, it's alright. He turned his head with a slight smile on his face, and Liamong turned around without a trace of smile. The grim-faced ghost shark said, Little devil, today is your day of death. The big sword shark muscle that resisted on the shoulder slammed into the ground with a bang, venting, or the joy of melee combat. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately appeared in front of Liamong. Die. Get out of here. The suddenly clenched little fist slammed into his chest. Kisame Hoshigaki burst out like a cannonball, and the big knife he pulled down pulled long scratches on the ground. He coughed up, and Yuhi was stained with blood from his mouthfuls. Martial arts skills, inch step collapse fist. Be careful with his taijutsu, this kid is not a ninja, hit him with long-range ninjutsu. Can you explain, 00, white earlier next time? Kisame Hoshigaki, who glared fiercely at his back-of-the-box companion, noticed that these days have been exceptionally bad. First, he was crushed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, and then he was bombarded by this stinky boy who caused great turmoil. When did the ninja world become so difficult to mix? But now that he has figured out the details of Liamong, then use ninjutsu to kill him. Are you not a grandmaster taiju? Then come to this sweetened water style. The shark, which can instantly absorb light and physically attack, implying that the chakra has grown larger, struck through the air, and Liuman stood in front of Enko and Hinata. 100 Blossoms Nianchi Mask. Mindfulness Cannon. First opened the golden barrier with lightning, and then pressed down the stray light of the tiger's claws. A cannonball blasted the shark that flew not far in front of him into pieces, and then another shot came out like a plane. Didn't you say that he can't attack from a distance? The sparkling body was slightly scorched, and the ghost shark with dark blue hair blown into hedgehog hair was really angry. I used to aim at him before. You don't need to tell me about this kid's grandmaster's physical skills. How come he's still cheating people? This is called not being able to ninjutsu. It's too stupid. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Uchiha Itachi was also very angry in the face of the unprovoked accusations of the ghost shark. I only said that he is not a ninja. When did he say that he would not be able to attack from a distance? Did you say that before? The blown-up hedgehog-like head raised 3 question marks. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the case. Hurry up and deal with him. Interesting Academy's debut. Such a wide-ranging ninjutsu confrontation will definitely attract the attention of others. Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to encounter any more troubles. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was also feeling troubled, nodded in understanding, and swung his sword toward the 7th cannon that was fired by Liamong. Result. This idiot. Gaba's clenched fists wished he could pull the ghost shark up and give him a fat beating. Itachi couldn't understand the trouble. He clearly said that the boy on the opposite side was not a ninja. Do you really think you are omnipotent? 7 rounds to solve. Raising his hand and rubbing his nose hard, he stepped out of the mind mask, and his eyes glanced at the unconscious Kurigakure. Really idiot every year, especially this year. Qigong looks similar to ninjutsu, but in essence, they are 2 completely different things. Although it is also a kind of energy, he is a mixed thing. Do you still fight? Liamong didn't want to provoke Brokon on the other side if he didn't want to do it unless it was necessary. Think of the sad second assistant. Since birth, she has never escaped the clutches of this girl, and she has been a plaything in the hands of others all her life. Played by the family, played by the elder brother, played by the ancestors, playing around and playing as a brain dead. Lyumin doesn't want to be brainless, so Lyumin wants to stay away from Uchiha Itachi. Stay away from ferrets, stay away from famines. Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi. I rely on you to code me. Before he could finish cursing, the space changed, and the bastard who was tied to the cross thought of Jesus. What he aimed at, the young man did not want to believe in God. Thank you. What did you say? Thank you. Oh, you so high, is it because I'm mentally ill, or do you believe in God, is this really what you said? With a slight smile on his face, he walked closer. Itachi bent down and gave Liumantion a salute, thanking each other for a big gift and slowly got up. Urzuzi's brother smiled like a flower. The bastard whose anus suddenly tightened grinned and smiled very hard. What do you want to do? Be careful, someone noticed you. Fake, I knew it was like this. Silently looking at the sky, staring at the Tsukuyomi world of dark Yuhi, Lyumin suddenly felt like the sea, and the tears flowed, rushing. I don't live me, are people still living these days? After finally getting out of Konoha, I didn't enjoy being targeted for a few days. Your sister, you don't want Xiaoyi to be nice, and Xiaoyi won't let you be nice. It's Madara, right? You know. His pupils widened in shock, and then he fell silent again. Uchiha Itachi remembered the turmoil caused by Liamong. Can you predict the past or see the future? Did I say I can't see your letter? I believe. Really? He nodded affirmatively and stopped talking. Itachi's trust broke Liamong. You Uchiha family are all lunatics. You're right, I want to ask you to do something. What do you want me to do? Liamong's heart suddenly mentioned in his throat. Help me take care of Sasuke, he's not safe right now. Wow, I'm not a babysitter. He scolded wildly in his heart and hesitated, and Liamong said reluctantly, what will happen if I don't agree? You will agree. What if I don't agree? I said you would. Holy shit, what are you doing with the knife? The dagger slowly drawn from the void pointed to the chest little by little. Uchiha Itachi Yuhi's windmill Sharingan was full of smiles. I said, you will agree. Strong melons are not sweet. Don't force me, I'm terrifying when I'm crazy. Liamong seemed to remind him kindly. Promise, or die. Unappreciatively raised the knife and stabbed. The blade on his chest shone with cold light. Lu Meng was immediately annoyed. If you have a seed, you stab it in. If you don't stab you are a son of a bitch. Poochie. Are you really stabbed? The tachi that passed through the body pierced the chest terribly, and shouted like a slaughtering pig and broke his throat. Screaming and screaming for a long time, the more I shouted Uchiha Itachi, the more I felt that something was wrong. What happened? This kid. Aha, have you been deceived? Gaga stopped screaming with a weird smile, and raised her chin proudly. But it was useless, still useless, no matter how many times he was stabbed. Liamong, who was tied to the cross, was still smiling. Consciousness mind. Hee, you're a fool, are you in the water? Urzuzi is stupid, you are even more stupid. Uchiha Itachi, I told you just now that I'm terrifying when I'm angry. How can you be okay? Tsukuyomi was neither broken nor invalid. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was filled with question marks. Liamong's smiling expression slowly disappeared. The sixth sense, consciousness, mind and eye, have you heard of it? The instantly frozen expression froze on his face. Although Itachi didn't know what consciousness or mind, he knew the sixth sense. Are you an ancient warrior? Right, exactly. The age of ninjas used to be the age of onmyoji and samurai. At that time, onmyoji had a very high status in exorcising spirits and fighting ghosts, and only samurai could be as famous as them. Especially the warriors who have reached the high rank have extremely terrifying power. Among these abilities that have been forgotten by the world, there is a terrifying secret technique that specializes in training perception, that is, the 8 senses of the martial artist. In addition to the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, and 5 senses that normal people possess, advanced martial artists can also cultivate the 6th, 7th, and 8th consciousness above them. Every time you cultivate a knowledge, the ability of the warrior will double. Not twice, but 10 times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Consciousness, the eye of the mind is the eye of true consciousness, which penetrates into the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Uchiha Itachi, your demonic illusion is demonic illusion to me. I don't believe it. He is fake. In front of me, the fake can't be real, the real can't be fake. Don't talk too much. Although you can see through demonic illusion, you are still tied there. This shows that although you have the ability to see through, you don't have the ability to crack. Aha, I know I can't fool you. You're right, I really don't have the ability to crack Tsukuyomi. But if you think that I can't do anything about you, you're wrong. The whole my king's treasure. A rare visit to Tsukuyomi space. If you don't have fun, how can you be worthy of Itachi's hospitality? If you don't take this opportunity to enjoy yourself, you won't have the chance in the future. Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes. The king's treasure, which opened with a bang, slowly unfolded from behind like an ancient giant gate, with a golden light shining brightly. As the door slowly opened, the bloody Yuhi-colored Tsukuyomi space was slowly dyed golden, until there was no more splendor. What is this? Gensokyo, where the gods are intoxicated, the king's treasure of the King of Heroes, the key to the gate to the Golden City. After the introduction, countless treasures emerged from the ancient giant gate like water waves. Swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, biscuits, steamed buns, potatoes and sweet potatoes. Uchiha Itachi was instantly Spartan, and everything in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. If this kid is telling the truth, ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. The third of the fifth watch, the cloud is powerful enough, brothers and sisters, do your best. Text chapter 57 _ the collapsed worldview. The coachman also has spring. Confidence has been shaken. With a smile on his lips, he broke free from the bondage, and the glow of the cross shattering into powder blew Yuri away. The snow-white cloak of the interesting academy was automatically hunting and making noises without wind, and the Sharingan moment of Uchiha Itachi was shortened to the extreme. I think I need to give you a grand introduction. His arms were wrapped around his hair, and the roaring voice resounded through the sky. The king's treasure is the treasure house built by the heroic King Gilgamesh in the City of Gold. It contains all the treasures from ancient times to the present, that is, the weapons used by the gods. What are you talking about? The weapon used by the gods? What does the kid in front of him think of himself? Wrong. These things are fake. It's true for you. He looked down with two eyes, as if he was standing at the top of the sky, looking down at Itachi on the opposite side. With the Tsukuyomi world cast by Mangekyo Sharingan, everything is controlled by the caster. Space, time, distance, quality, and in this world, the caster is the supreme god. However, when the essence of this world is seen through, we standing at the same height. Uchiha Itachi, it is not me who defeated you, but yourself. Quote. Emerge. Yuhi Rose of Destruction. The undeniable yellow rose. One dark Yuhi, one golden yellow, two short spears floated out of the treasure trove, stretched out his hand and drew out the light that danced twice at will, and introduced them in front of him. This is the weapon used by the goddess of fate. The Yuhi Rose that destroys the devil can destroy it. All divine arts. In our place, demonic illusion ninjutsu is invalidated, and Susanoo is not much thicker than a piece of paper in front of it. Quote. Introducing the Yuhi-colored pistol, Liamong smiled and placed it on the left. Obviously no one controls it, but it floats in the air as if it has no weight. Huang Qiangwei, the sure to destroy, spear as its name suggests, a golden short spear endowed with the power of destiny by the goddess of destiny, has the power to hit. Hit first, then shoot. Uchiha Itachi, even if you hide to the end of the world, this spear will nail you to the ground. The yellow rose that must be hit and must be destroyed. Withdrawing steps and bowing to sing his real name, the gleam that raised the golden short spear high, threw it violently. This is impossible. With a muffled sound, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in an incalculable distance, lowered his gaze dully, staring at the short spear pierced through his chest. His eyes widened. Must hit. I said, this gun hits first, then fires. You should have noticed, right? When I sang the real name of the gun, your chest was wounded, and the gun was stabbed later. Interesting academy. The banging sound echoed in his mind. Uchiha Itachi remembered the strange experience just now, and 2 drops of cold sweat ran across the tears. When Liamong finished chanting the real name of the weapon, his chest began to sting, until he was nailed to the ground by this short golden spear that traveled through infinite space and time. As I said, I'm terrifying when I'm angry. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's high-level officials forced the young master to hand in the martial arts training method. I completely removed the 3 generations of Hokage from Konoha, and the reputation of the elders was ruined. Now you are forcing me again. You say, how should we settle this account? The hideous little face was raised high, grabbed the gleam of Yuhi rose, and stared at Itachi with bad intentions. The 2 people who looked at each other through infinite space and time stared at each other and stopped talking. At this time, what they said was superfluous. You can die. Destruction __. In a flashback to reality, Lu Mang, who wanted to shoot a gun, shrank his fingers, not even holding a chicken feather. What a pity, Uchiha Itachi. Such a fun thing is not played for a while. Leaving the Tsukuyomi world, Liamong himself has no ability to summon the treasure of the king. That thing is completely imagined using Mangekyo Sharingan. Borrowing chickens to make eggs can only be borrowed once. After this lesson, it became clear that Uchiha Itachi would not use Tsukuyomi on him a second time, no matter how stupid he was. You can only enjoy the fun once in a lifetime. Hey, do you want to help him, so that he can play with his brother again in the future? Recalling the power in Tsukuyomi's world just now, Liuman really loved that place to death. If it wasn't for Hinata to take care of, he would have done it with Madara. The eternal Tsukuyomi world, he is God. Brother, are you alright? Stinky boy. Anla, what's wrong with me? He turned back and smiled and reassured, and Liamong looked at Itachi with infinite melancholy. Windmill Sharingan restored the 3rd Tomo's second assistant to his brother, covering his left face in pain. Shion Yuhi's blood dripped down to the ground through the gap between his fingertips. Let's go. Sweeten, water style, water colliding wave. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a dead dog, spit out boundless waves enough to form a lake, grabbed Uchiha Itachi and ran. Liamong, who was standing in the hood, opened his mouth and listened to the crisp sound of the rumbling house cracking and shattering, and scolded the old lady angrily. I'm relying on you to code me. The Kurigakure weirdo who killed 1,000 knives. Is the young master's lunch not finished yet? Looking around at the desolate streets where the flood subsided, the gangster had the heart to slash people with a knife. You 2 bastards, please don't be caught by the young master. Otherwise the young master will beat you all over the face, whether in spring, summer or autumn, and let you know why the flowers are like this. Yuhi. Dark Yuhi, Blood Yuhi, Wan Zichian Yuhi. Quote. Itachi, how are you? Kisame Hoshigaki raised Uchiha Itachi on the ground with one hand, and Kisame Hoshigaki rarely showed concern. It's nothing, just rest for a while. The left eye, which was no longer bleeding, was blurred again, and Itachi's heart was a little cold. After being silent for a long time, the ghost shark, who was resting against the rock wall, suddenly sighed. I haven't walked in the ninja world for a few years, and this world has become almost unknown. First, the legendary ninja who came back from the dead, and then the weird kid who caused the turmoil. When did the names of Kurigakure 7 and Konoha Uchiha become so worthless? That kid is not as beneficial as he thought. After suffering a big loss and thinking about it, Itachi quickly discovered Liamong's true strength. The next time you meet him, don't use demonic illusion body art, just use long-range ninjutsu. Attack, he can't be stronger than you. Destroy him. With a hard shot, Kisame Hoshigaki had a rough idea of the strength of Liamong's long-range attack. Itachi, who had pain in his left eye, nodded lightly. No matter how powerful a person is, there will always be weaknesses. That kid learns ancient martial arts and cultivates the secret method of spiritual consciousness. Although this kind of person is not afraid of demonic illusion, his physical skills are also extremely powerful. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. Long-range attack is their weakness, which has long been proved in the era of Onmyoji warriors. Quote. Looks like the two of us did something stupid. He grinned at himself and unwillingly. After listening to his companion's analysis, Kisame Hoshigaki was instantly angry. He and Itachi are obviously very good at ninjutsu, but they chose taijutsu and demonic illusion to attack, and they played a big sword in front of Guangong's door and trapped themselves. If they had known what Liamong was, how could they have done such a foolish thing? Boom. I'll go back and kill him. Extremely unwilling to hammer down the ground, Kisame Hoshigaki got up and was about to go back. Itachi stopped him immediately. Don't learn about it outside the festival. Our mission this time has nothing to do with that kid. HMPH, then let him live a little longer. He exhaled and put down his shark muscles and pressed his thighs. Kisame Hoshigaki's stomach was full of suffocation. If you can't beat it, that's fine. Obviously, you can beat it but suffer a big loss. Mang, who couldn't stay in the town any longer, had no plans to stay any longer. Don't be too fast, be steady. Yes, what you said is true. Nodding and bowing again, how could the coachman who was on the verge of kneeling and kowtow dare to say nothing? The hapless man who was pulled out of the water tank at home by Liamong had witnessed the terrifying scene with his own eyes. These days ninjas are all uncles, and the powerful ninjas are the uncles among the uncles. In the face of these non-human beings who kill without blinking an eye, the only thing ordinary people can do is to obey orders. Very satisfied with the attitude of the coachman, Liamong nodded his head, took out the banknotes from his arms and counted 5, thinking about it and deducting 3 more, and handing the remaining 2 to the coachman. Here's the toll. Thank you. Xie stuck his tongue in his mouth, looking at the big word on the 2 silver tickets in his hand. The coachman with a sweat scarf on his head really wanted to rush over and grab the Liuman's collar and ask, "Who are you? What's the meaning? 22 silvers, if you can get it, it's better not to give it, even the animals don't have enough money for fodder." What, do you think it's too little? Give it back to me if you think it's too small. He grabbed the 2 silver tickets that the coachman didn't take back for a long time, and muttered as he stuffed it into his arms, "No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. What's wrong with 1 or 2 silver tickets? One person in the world gives me a silver vote or 2, and I can become the richest person in the world." Quote. You. The coachman, who was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time, felt that his whole worldview was overturned in an instant. After passing the carriage, he went home and sold the carriage. Then he decided to start a small business, first fiddling with groceries, then reselling furniture, and finally becoming the boss of the world's largest firm. When the coachman was asked about the secret of success after his success, he said this to his descendants. "I was originally a poor truck driver, and I couldn't make a lot of money all year round. Later, I went to Elm Street to give people away, and I happened to meet the legend of the ninja world, the godfather of the world's gangster. At that time, the godfather was very young, and I don't know the identity of the Lord Godfather. But I remember a sentence that the Lord Godfather said, 1 or 2 silver tickets are also money. If one person in the world gives me 1 or 2 silver tickets, I can become the richest person in the world. I succeeded. Master, this is what you said, the most prosperous town on the border." Yes, it should be. The cold wind from a few floors blew 2 pieces of shredded paper and fluttered past, and the 2 master and apprentice who had been on their way for a day froze and became fossils. The apprentice, who was not tall and had yellow hair, collapsed immediately. "I knew it, you never said a single word of truth. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass." Chapter 4 of the 5th shift. For the sake of the hard work in the cloud, brothers and sisters, please count the votes. It is really not easy to write a book. Cloud dares to speak with conscience, and each chapter is carefully designed. Text Chapter 58_unintentionally brilliant Akatsuki tragedy. Naruto, how can you say that to me? I'm your master. Master shit. My dad said, I have to call you master. Baidu Interesting Academy. The little face grinned like a death. Uzumaki Naruto was really fed up with the white-haired uncle in front of him. This guy who calls himself the Toad Fairy Jiraiya is not only lustful, but also very unethical. It is common to cheat children for money and play women as hooligans. Before Naruto set off, the bulging green toad bag was soon starved to the point of being a beggar, and the mice would cry when they got into it. You're so clean, it's even cleaner than a cat's lick. That Naruto. Forehead and calling out twice. Jiraiya, who couldn't get a response, bowed his head, and Yuhi became a used tyrant. Do you need to be so defensive about me? Even needles are used. Selling high, it seems that it is not easy to cheat money in the future. By the way, isn't this kid stupid? Why is it time to become smart? Uncle Jiraiya, can you teach me a new ninjutsu, the kind that is very beneficial? You are too stupid to learn. Thinking of the unbearable teaching process, Jiraiya has a cold feeling. Look, I finally succeeded. He practiced psychic skills for 15 days from the signing of the autograph. He pulled Naruto Uzumaki, who had dragged Jiraiya out of the women's bathhouse, and shouted and jumped while pointing at the tadpole with 2 short legs. Jiraiya was Spartan at a glance. This is not a toad. Nonsense, I have long legs. Uzumaki Naruto was angry when the results of his hard training were denied. Jiraiya, who was so angry, almost didn't get mad at him. Long legs, it's not a toad with long legs. It is. It's not. I said it was. It's not. Biting Kiba's teeth against his forehead, the two guys who rolled their arms and sleeves fought together. A burst of tragic wolf smoke drifted past, and Naruto Uzumaki used the ultimate killer, seduction. Poof. Blood piercing from his nostrils and spewing far away, Jiraiya, who incarnates the son of Yuhi, sat on the Long March 3rd rocket and looked stupid, and his eyes were full of softness. Naruto, change yourself. Interesting Academy debuts. I don't change. Change one. I say the same as the same. Be obedient, and become a teacher who teaches you ninjutsu, which is very beneficial and very beneficial. Really? Of course it's true. When did Master Wei lie to you? Just now. Didn't you say it all? That was just now. With one flick, the boy who was born without a string in his head was crippled, and Jiraiya spread out his palm and got a ball out. Uzumaki Naruto was not happy when he saw this thing. Master, can you change it? This is a super ninjutsu. I don't learn the S-class either. You can change it for me. Naruto, remembering some bad memories, shook his small head covered with yellow hair into a rattle. Jiraiya met Daki and said, Naruto, your father spent 3 years developing this ninjutsu. Why don't you want to learn it? My father developed it. He bowed his head in shock, staring at the chakra ball that was spinning continuously. Uzumaki Naruto finally spit out the truth. I know this stuff. What? You will? Yeah, I do. Mabu bowed, raised both hands above the top of his palms to the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, whose small face was smothering Yuhi, exerted the strength that he couldn't pull the shit out. And yes, for a long time. At first, Jiraiya was very attentive, but as he went to the back, he felt that something was wrong. What is this kid doing? Naruto. Surprises often happen inadvertently, and just when Jiraiya thought that Naruto's pretense was not at all, a terrifying chakra wave came out. His robe upside down and his blonde hair flying, the Kyuubi Ninetales, who successfully transformed himself, suddenly raised his small head with frizzy hair, and his hands that were raised above the top slammed under his right flank. Super Saiyan transformed, Turtle Qigong started, Kamehameha. At first it was a little bit the size of a grain of rice, and then in an instant, it grew into a ball of light the size of a football. Yuhi and the blue inside shone wildly. Sanin's crazy ghost, Jiraiya, almost jumped to the moon. What the hell is this? Rumbling house collapsed, and Elm Town, which had just been scourged by Kisame Hoshigaki, ushered in a new baptism in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the only good thing about Jiraiya's master and apprentice is that no one lives in these dilapidated houses. Naruto, who taught you this thing? Jiraiya asked solemnly, crawling up from the ruins. Boss, who else could it be? Looking at Jiraiya with an idiot look on his face, Uzumaki Naruto, who was exhausted, slumped to the ground. This fluffy man came up on a whim, seeing that Naruto couldn't learn how to spin the aura, so he changed the Hokage version of the turtle Chigung, which was almost as powerful as Tailed Beast Bomb, and Pervert reached the extreme. But the same power as Pervert, the preparation time of more than 5 minutes, and the high consumption that is so intense that ordinary people will die after using it, has no practical value at all. In addition to being a yin person on the battlefield, Liamong really can't think of any use for this thing. But Liamong can't think of it, it doesn't mean that Jiraiya can't think of it. In the end, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, and he immediately saw the potential value of this technique. Naruto, can you divide it into 2 parts? 2 parts. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and explained, the technique you used just now consists of 2 parts, one compresses and the other releases. If you can use them separately, you can get 2 unique spells. Technique. Unique. Yes, it is unique to Jinchuriki column, similar to the powerful ninjutsu of Senpo sage art. Shaking his head, sighing and shaking his head, Jiraiya seemed to see the purple figure standing proudly on the rocky mountain again. Konoha, how many talents have you lost? Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Roddenwood Liuman, which one is not the most amazing person? If such people can stay in the village. Thinking of the hatred, Jiraiya pinched her chin and began to instruct Naruto, squeeze the chakra to the extreme and burst out in an instant. This is the essence of the technique you use. Now the first problem you need to solve is how to stabilize the compressed chakra. If you can do it, you will become extremely powerful. Whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu, or even demonic illusion, it will get an immeasurable increase. Quote. Really, it sounds like a simple thing. Big words blurted out, hugged his arms and nodded confidently. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Jiraiya had a bad premonition. A week passed by, the lecherous fairy who once again took out the deposit to accompany the money clenched his fists, turned around and spit at Naruto. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Idiot, how many times have I said, be stable, understand? You idiot who was born without a string in his head, the idiot whose head hits the ground after birth. It's annoying enough, I've already cared enough. Jumping frantically and pouting, the destruction that blew up 18 bedrooms in a week went on a rampage. Was also in a state of rampage, jumped up without even thinking. Itachi, are you sure this is what we're looking for? The shark's face was twitching and his eyes were round, and Kisame Hoshigaki's livid forehead was covered with black lines. Don't despise him, he is one of the Sanin, the toad fairy. Jiraiya with the name of the mad ghost. A series of loud names were announced with a solemn expression, and Uchiha Itachi's face was freezing. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was speechless for a while, suddenly realized that they should not have come out to carry out this mission. First, he ran into the Konoha turmoil and was crushed by the legendary ninja, and then he encountered the weird boy who caused the turmoil. I bought a watch last year, Itachi, should we go back and think about it first? Good. Lang Bingbing spit out a good word and disappeared without a trace. Akatsuki, Suzaku Akatsuki, Nando didn't even dare to hit him in the face, so he smeared oil on the soles of his feet and ran away. Returning to the sandy gobi outside the town, the 2 guys were a little silent when they sat together. In the end, the ghost shark spoke first. The difference in strength is too big, although you can handle it. But don't despise yourself. If you fight against him, both of us will be killed. If you are lucky, you can only fight and lose both. Even if you find someone else, it will be the same result. I think we made a mistake when we came out this time. The gravel in his hand crunched to the smallest detail, and Kisame Hoshigaki has never been so useless for a moment. There are again and again, not again and again. When they arrived, they had a good time for 1, 2 or 3 rounds. Once they were cheap, they didn't say anything, and they also suffered from old nose stuffiness. Too depressed, almost depressed to death. Uncle Snake, have you found any trace of the fat sheep? Dead boy, why are you here? The pale face trembled slightly, and the sight of Orochimaru was disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. Gangster licked his little face with a smile, took the rag on the table and wiped the stool. Orochimaru teacher. Hello. I was very bad. The upside-down Jin-tong twitched hard, and Sanin Leng-kun, who was trying to find an excuse to get away, looked sideways at the door. For collection, and, for monthly pass, 5 more final chapters. Brothers, there is still one day. Union will persevere, let's work together. If you are able to vote for a few more monthly tickets, Union will thank you here first. Text chapter 59 _ on the way, I happened to meet that prodigal girl. Jiraiya froze her smile as she stepped on the board in midair. A pair of wide-eyed toad eyes protruded, a square mouth croaked, and there were a few black hairs growing on the toes of the big toe raised high. When the wind blows, ah, that taste. Boss. Don't go there. He grabbed Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to rush to the dining table, and Jiraiya's gloomy face sank to the bottom of the valley. These two guys actually blended together, although I already knew that there was such a possibility. But, Toad, what are you doing here in Konoha Town House without a lot of money? Aha, it turned out to be a stinky snake, long time no see. Reaching out and scratching the back of his head, Jiraiya led Naruto to the front, pulled out the stool and sat down. Boss, Hinata. It's you kid, you brought the devil here. Devil. Looking left and right in surprise, Naruto was surprised. Boss, what is the devil, where is the devil? Corner of his eyes, it is self-evident who Liamong is talking about. The lecherous fairy who pricked up his ears was not happy at that time. How can I become a devil? You dare say you're not a devil? He rolled his eyelids and looked down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, his livid mouth tucked behind his ears. Are you Sanin? The lecherous immortal, who didn't know what the kid in front of him was thinking, nodded. Since you have admitted it yourself, how dare you say that you are not a devil? No, what does Sanin have to do with the devil? Why doesn't it matter? Bang! He slapped the dining table with a slap and glanced at Orochimaru, who was sitting opposite him. Uncle Snake ranks first in Sanin, talking, laughing and killing people like a shogi, and people give him the nickname Leng-kun. Tsunadiheim ranks second in Sanin, it's a good bet it's natural to lose or lose, and people give them the nickname Fat Sheep. What about you? What's wrong with me? Hearing Liamong describe the two companions so vividly, Jiraiya also wondered what he could say about himself. A few strands of bleak autumn wind blew past, and the gangster sighed. Well, you are not a devil. Why am I a devil again? You go crazy when you go to war, don't you? Yes. You look like a ghost when you go crazy, don't you? That's right. So the big guy will give you the nickname Crazy Ghost, right? Yes, there is such a thing. Interesting academy. Boom. He slapped the dining table again, and Liamong shook his face and scolded. Since you have admitted all this, why are you not a devil? Naruto gave you a task, dragged him out and shot him. The boss fluttered with a black thread, and Uzumaki Naruto dipped his yellow hair. Jiraiya, who was instantly transformed into a Spartan berserker, had a face that was neither a face nor a nose. That face, which was originally not very good-looking, was completely distorted. How can a mad ghost become a ghost? Can you explain it to me clearly? What's so strange about this? He raised a finger and blew his fingertips, curled his lips with infinite contempt, turned his eyes to the pretty-faced Yuhi's fluttering little secretary and asked, Hinata, the vegetables for grocery shopping. What's the name of the basket? Basket, Hinata said in a low voice. It's so good. When he got the answer he wanted, Liamong gave the little secretary a piece of food, and then asked Naruto, Naruto, what is the name of the meat buns made of meat? Baozi. Naruto answered loudly, "The buns are delicious but too expensive." Knowing what kind of virtue he has, he stuffed a big bun for him, and turned around and asked Jiraiya, "The basket for buying vegetables is called a basket, and the meat buns for selling meat are called buns. Then you say that killing people is like chopping a ghost. What's the name of the madman?" "Ghost, devil." "Oh, that's not right." Jiraiya slapped her hand on her thigh and gave a thumbs up, and Jiraiya, who had reacted, was immediately angry. Orochimaru, who had been silent for a while, twitched the corners of his mouth, gave Yakushi Kabuto a look and got up and left. If he goes on with these two white dementias, he is really afraid that his IQ will also go offline. Unexpectedly, before taking 2 steps, Liamong shouted from behind, Uncle Snake, don't rush to go, pay for the meal." With a sullen breath in his chest, Sanin Lang-kun, who had the urge to slash with a knife, continued to walk forward frantically, biting Kiba as he walked and said, "Kabuto, go and settle the account." Seeing that the goal was achieved, the smiling Liuman stretched his neck. "Waiter, one of the waiters is here, and quickly serve me another plate of beef." "Give me death." Kisame Hoshigaki, who was sitting on the second floor opposite, lowered his head, and Uchiha Itachi, who was opposite, was as quiet as a dead person. "A long time." The ghost shark who turned the hot water into cold water in the cup said in a muffled voice, "I want to go back." "Good. What about the mission?" "Whoever likes to do it. It hasn't come out for a few years, and it's been out of mold for a few years." Itachi, who never believed in fate, now believes in it. Second generation of Hokage, Sanin, the kid who caused the turmoil, came out, scene after scene, all piled up together. Thinking about this trip full of variables, Urzuzi's brother, who failed to achieve the same purpose, has the feeling of rushing into the hardware and building materials store to buy a watermelon knife. What Uchiha Itachi wants to do most now is to slash people with a knife. "Shizune, how much money do we have?" Tsunade, Sama, held Xiaoshang Pig in his arms and lowered his head. Kato Shizune was speechless. Tsunade, who couldn't hear a reply, turned around, his big beautiful eyes lit up. The little pig started screaming. "Tsunade-sama, you can't. Let go." "I won't let go. Hurry up and let me go." He grabbed the necklace around Xiaoshang Pig's neck with one hand, and pushed his assistant secretary's chest with the other. Tsunade, who was full of thoughts, couldn't control that. Feeling that it was getting harder and harder to breathe, Xiaoshangzududo turned the Byakugan up. It shattered, and the torn pearls flew into the air like scattered flowers, and the eyes of the surrounding merchants lit up. The wealth moved people's hearts, and the crowd licked their lips with pearls in their eyes. Tsunade, who was not good, was immediately annoyed. "I see who dares to move." Boom! A fist smashed into the ground, and the 10-meter-wide street collapsed in half a meter like an earthquake. The vendors who wanted to pick up cheap were numb. That woman. Too horrible. I want to go home. I will return too. Dang Dang closed the door and swallowed saliva. The merchants who felt unsafe blocked the door in unison, and all the tables, chairs, stools, everything that could be seen, and everything that could not be seen, all moved to the door. However, their worries are obviously superfluous, and the fat sheep with their heads full of thoughts can't care about them. Smashing the streets and picking up the scattered pearls one by one, looking at these round and shiny treasures, Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes could not help revealing excitement. "Okay. With these, not only can you lose money, win it all back and make a lot of money. Shizune, where is the nearest casino?" Quote. Master Tsunade hung his head weakly like Xiaosho, and Kaden Shizune was speechless. Flip the book, as if you say that every time. Result. Orochimaru paid the bill and left without a trace, and Liuman also said goodbye to Jiraiya Naruto. When leaving, the lecherous immortal solemnly proposed to invite them back. Silent for a moment, looked up at the sky and shook his head. "The next generation of the Hyuga family has been appointed. What are you asking us to do? There are 2 old men, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, I heard that they have returned to the village. It's really funny. There are so many ninjas in Konoha who don't even have the guts. They represent the daimyo, and the village has its own concerns. Then change your name. Liamong's blurted words deeply shocked Jiraiya, and at that moment, the lecherous immortal finally understood that Liamong was different from them. This is a completely self-centered kid who doesn't think about anything else at all. Changing the name, this kind of crazy thing, only this kind of lunatic can think of it. Recognizing the real face of the gangster, the lecherous immortal immediately rejected the idea of urging him to return to the village. Even Shimura Danzo, who has no trace now, is not so crazy. That guy is already military enough, but compared with Liamong, he is worse than the boss. Two people, one in the sky and one in the ground. Danzo seems self-serving in his radical actions, but he has a faith-like loyalty to the village, which no one can dispute. Compared with him, the rogue is different. This rebellious gang leader who has been rebellious since childhood is even more extreme. If he can casually say the idea of changing his name, what else is he afraid to do? Jiraiya didn't want to see the unintended piece turbulent again, so he took Naruto away, which was extremely difficult. But what he didn't know was that the rogue had no intention of ascending the throne at all. The reason for proposing to change the name is entirely to see through the history. The battle between the two Jades always has a result. Since the other end of the scale always wants to be lifted, it is better to smash it. There is only one drag tray left, and it will stand firmer than anyone else. The world's major events, long together must be divided, long divided must be united. For Liamong, whether it is war or peace, it has nothing to do with him. The thing he wants to do most in his life is to steal money in a dignified manner and be happy to cheat people. Hinata, come here, how about this one? Sister Anko, you should also change into something nicer. Stinky boy, get out of here. Mitarashi Anko was furiously staring at the little bastard who was holding a pair of tulle hot pants in his left hand and a transparent top in his right, and his eyes were still wandering around. Where did he get such a big face? And he can touch the things in the girl's house. With a bang, Lu Mang, who was kicked out of the door, glanced back at the signboard of the boutique women's underwear store, and turned his head in contempt. As he looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is. Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly pass, is the first in the fifth watch, brothers, with the support of your ability. I got up at 3:20 in the morning. On the last day, the cloud needs you. Text chapter 60 _ step on the setting sun to hide the sadness behind. What do you think the boss is doing? He gently stroked the two little white dogs lying beside him. Listening to Akamaru's murmur, Inuzuka Kiba looked up at the sky and sighed. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru, with his hands folded behind his head, took a weed and put it in his mouth. The weed was bitter and had a sour taste. Who knows, that guy has always been able to hide things, and he doesn't bother us with such a big action. One sound. Speaking of which, he is really ruthless, and he will kill the high-level people in the village. Stop talking, that's not something we should discuss. Looking around, Shikamaru cautiously sensed the shadow. Anything with form will cast shadows when illuminated by light. This theory, which he learned from a certain technique in the Book of Seals when he graduated, is gradually approaching completion. But speaking, it seems to be something that cannot increase combat power. Am I a natural auxiliary life? He tightened his brows and spat out the chewed weeds, and the sky suddenly darkened. It seems that since the Chunin exam, the village has no longer had the peace it used to be, and it always rains and thunders for 3 days and 5 hours. Eventful autumn. It's time for us to go home. Choji patted his re-rounded belly and narrowed his eyes. The chief strategist of the Konoha gang shook his head and said, go to the stronghold first, Shino should be back. The property left after Liamong left fell into the hands of several younger brothers and became a place for the big guys to discuss matters. When Izumi, Sake, and the spoiled gangsters enjoyed themselves happily. Who says you can't drink before the age of 20? One person carried a small glass of Zira in his hand, and Shino, who is not in the water, pushed on his sunglasses. Recently, the mood in the village has been very impetuous, and the hidden family has also started a gathering activity. Kurama seems to have caught up with Hyuga. They're all crazy. The wine in the glass suffocated. Shikamaru really didn't understand how these people's heads grew. They were caught by the door, or were they filled with water, and that position was so desired. Hokage. A troublesome and intimidating job. Experience the big change firsthand. Shikamaru doesn't think the position is any good. But things in the world are always so helpless, and the Ino Shikacho family, who have always been close to the Hokage lineage, inevitably got into this mess. It wasn't anyone else who caused all this, it was the gangster who was wandering around. 3 generations of Hokage have crossed the stage, and the first generation of Hokage has left a forehead guard, which has reduced the prestige of the previous Hokage to a minimum. At this time, people's hearts are floating, and even Hyuga, who has been sticking to the position of Eternal Ni, has a tendency to emerge. The Konoha shuffle is imminent, and several direct family heirs certainly can't stay out of it, but what can they do with their age? We need a 5th generation Hokage. The answer thrown out loudly floated in on Izumi, and Shikamaru spoke the heart of all ordinary people. Interesting Academy first release. Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamichi Choji were silent for a moment, drank the heat in the cup and went home, and a few days later, the voice of Konoha calling Hokage came to the apex. Uchiha Sasuke, who silently watched all this, stayed in the empty family quarters. Looking around, hundreds of lonely houses were filled with sorrow. Have those dead mice outside yet? The slightly tingling third Tomo Sharingan felt sore and itchy from time to time, strangely uncomfortable, and Ursukako's already disturbed heart became more and more irritable. If you don't go, you will die. A rumble of thunder rumbled across the sky, and Homura Mitokado's roar resounded in Hokage's office. The orphan of the Uchiha family must be brought under control. Let's wait until Lord Jiraiya comes back before making a decision. The dead fish rolled his eyes and couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Now Konoha and Kakashi are also qualified to speak. The last Hokage candidate is him. When Kaharu Udatane saw the tension in the atmosphere, he quickly coughed twice. Now Kakashi is a treasure in the eyes of the consultant. If they can push this kid to the top, they can continue to live in the past. Regardless of whether Jiraiya or Senju Tsunade, whoever takes the top, their situation will become bad. Jiraiya doesn't look lazy and lecherous, but his mind and wrist are not bad at all. He is simply a replica of 3 generations of old men. But compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya obviously won't compromise too much with them, and won't make too many concessions. Acting in the future will inevitably get in the way. If Senju Tsunade is on top. Thinking of the horror, the 2 old guys murmured together. I am afraid not many people know what the woman was thinking. Stinky boy, where are your eyes? The plump, large gravel, and the rounded pestle with the slightest came to the front, and Lu Meng subconsciously took a bite. Sweet. Soft. Stop time. The whole world fell silent. Shizune, who was holding Shaoshang Pig in his arms, squinted his beautiful black eyes, and the pig's bleeding didn't look like a pig at all. Master Tsunade. Stinky boy, you give me the heavenly foot of pain. The jade feet that were raised to the top of the head slanted into a one-word horse, and Liamong smiled and held his thighs against his waist. Shizune closed his eyes and hugged Dudu. Shizune, who had not heard the sound for a long time, slowly opened his eyes, and the whole person was stunned there for a moment. Paz is placed in front of the women's clothing store, and her forehead is just against the drooping light below her chest. Her small shoulders and thighs hug Tsunade's waist, and her 2 small hands are firmly grasped on her raised arms, no worse than her head. I felt like I started, and I couldn't help but grab 2 at that time. 1 time. 2 clicks. Bouncy. Slippery. Boom. The boy who was getting cheap was smashed into the clothing store with a fist. He aimed, forgot she still had hands. Blue, brother Liamong, dumbly shouted twice, and the little secretary who was picking clothes with Enko rushed to his side. Don't worry, I'm fine. He opened his mouth and struggled to shrink his hands. The pain in his chest was full of aftertastes. If the peony flower dies, it is also a ghost to be a ghost. I am willing to be beaten, and dare to push my body forward. Not very friendly encounters are destined to have no friendly results. After listening to Liamong's request, Tsunade shook his head without thinking. I want me to save people, but there is no door. You can have a window if you don't have a door. For the sake of our acquaintance, this little task is very easy for you. He stretched out his little finger and gestured twice, and Liamong licked his little face. Senju Tsunade still didn't let go, pulled up Shizune and left. A whimper of wind and sand blew past, and Liamong made a trick. I know the news of your grandfather. Despair. Shoes slowly turned around, and Tsunade Haim with blonde hair and golden eyes rushed in front of him. His little neck was pulled to the mid-air, and he smiled. Beautiful eldest sister, you'd better let go of your hand. I am a little forgetful. Hunk, when you get angry, your head will not work. Stinky boy, you'd better be honest with me. He loosened his collar and put it back on the ground. Tsunade lowered his head and stared at his flowing eyes. The head of the gang raised his head with a grin. You can see if you want to, and there are 2 tails of meat. Besides, we won't suffer. Look to the death. The spring breeze blows, the drums of war thunder, and whoever is afraid of looking at a beautiful woman. Hinata, don't you care? Angrily rattling his knuckles, Mitarashi Anko was about to die of anger next to him. The shy little secretary shook her head gently. She had received traditional education since she was a child, so she would not be angry about such a thing at all. Hearing the conversation in his ears, Lu Meng calmed down his thoughts of playing, and rarely showed a serious look. This is not the place to talk, we. Familiar figures from the left and right came together, one in the east and the other in the west, and the gangster was speechless. Will the class start early? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, how did these 2 guys come so quickly? After a long-lost meeting, the dusk broke through the setting sun, and complex thoughts flew in the evening wind. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? I'll do whatever you want. The tit-for-tat sparks flashed wildly, and the 2 who had eaten together a few days ago were filled with murderous intent in the blink of an eye. Senju Tsunade shook off his blonde hair and glanced at the flowing eyes, but without looking at the 2 of them, he walked from the middle of the broken house to the street. Wait, Jiraiya said solemnly after reaching out to stop the steps. Konoha needs you. The village has decided that you will be the 5th generation Hokage. The jade feet that stopped Bada stepped on the intersection of yin and yang, and the information revealed by the lecherous immortal in a deep voice shocked a large number of people. Cough cough. Uzumaki Naruto holding his neck. Astonishment Jongmu Gaidung Shizune. Mitarashi Anko staring slightly. Although the big guys belong to different forces now, they are all ninjas from Konoha. How will she choose? The evening wind rolled up his robes along with the setting sun like fire, and the whistling blew golden yellow to his cheeks. Tsunade said without turning his head, I refuse. It's very simple, very flat enough to not have any emotional ups and downs, as normal as if you have eaten. It's coughing. The coughing Naruto is silent. Astonished Jongmu Shizune was tongue-tied. Mitarashi, Anko and Hinata were stunned in place. This is not a meal, nor is it to pay. This is the 5th generation of Hokage inheritance. This legendary woman gave up so easily without any hesitation. Stepping on the sunset does not take away any nostalgia, and the fat sheep carrying the huge gambling word walks very firmly, so firm that it is unbelievable. Others have been fighting to the death and fighting for the position all their lives. What is it in her eyes? Looking at Tsunade's heroic back, Lu Meng laughed, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Tsunade.